Okay, looks like this is going. So, yeah, hey there, everybody. Welcome to another stream. Let's just get chat up and running. Looks good. Okay, so, yeah, doing some more Age of Wonders planetfall, then we're going to go back to Kerbal. We're going to try and do a moon landing today. Hopefully. But, yeah, what I wanted to do today for this is a little bit different. I wanted to see what the, story mode of this game is like, because I have not looked at that, at all. I would also not mind showing off one of my, more finished builds. You can see, a cluster of these different sort of people down here. These are all the different champions that I've beaten the game with. You can actually see, all the ones that I've beaten the game with over here. So quite a few, actually. But yeah, I still need to do a little bit more progression, but frankly, none of this matters, and I don't care about it, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. So, I've got a couple different options here. I might as well go hard. Apparently, I'm not allowed to pick brutal. And I guess we have to create a faction for this one as well. I thought that story mode, there might actually be a specific, you're definitely going to be playing as this. Looks like you can't play as any of the people that start off in a specific spot, or... These guys are Ruthless Raiders and Ritual Cannibals. I don't know why you can't play them. Some people are disabled, I'm not entirely sure why. It could be an alignment thing, but we'll go ahead and create a faction for this real quick here. We're doing the story mode, we might go a bit more generic, but I still want to try and do a strategy. I haven't done a barbarian build yet, of any sort. So, let's go with, kind of want to do something just very focused on blitzing people down. So we'll go strong. I think that speed and flanking is something that they're actually quite good at, so we're going to go sneaky. And then we're going to go barbarian. So I've done feudal, I've done high, I've done industrious, I've done dark, I've done mystic, so I haven't done a barbarian run yet. So we're going to be running with probably some people to just lock people in place, probably some Sunderers, and then we're going to go berserkers. I don't remember if our support is any good or not. I guess we'll have to find that out. I am allowed to choose the evil options, so it's not as though that seems to be locked out here. I'm not sure how well things like Banner Lords or Silver Tongue are going to work in this one, and I don't think I should go Chosen Destroyers if I don't know what we're supposed to be doing. Because if I have to collect wonders or something like that, that would make things a little bit awkward. So what we might want to do... Could go Prolific Swarmers. I haven't done that kind of build yet. If I was doing that, I would have to go for just Sunderers and Sword Shield, and I would have to skip on mostly the Barbarians, which I kind of don't want to do. When in doubt, it's always a good idea to go Runesmith, Great Builder. That's a really strong combination no matter what you're doing. If I don't know we're going to be near water, then Seafarers obviously doesn't make any sense. Ancient Wise Ones is also always good. You know, 2/3 of our composition is going to be Tier 1, so I think we go Prolific Swarmers, and we go Runesmiths.
Choose your first tome of magic.
Tome of the Horde is good if you're going for just mass, a lot of Tier 1. There's also Mighty Meek in Tome Tier 2. So if we're sticking with what we're doing here, then we might want to go with something like Tome of the Horde. Fury of the Horde is what makes this also really good, because it's just strengthen 1 across your whole army. There's better stuff out there. This also gives us access to Houndmasters, which are a really powerful unit that don't gain the benefits of this tree, which is really silly. And then there's, of course, the Spawnkin, which is actually not my favorite thing out there. Spawn Camp, it's pretty good. Okay, we'll give it a go. This forces you to be a champion. You're not allowed to be a Wizard King. That's interesting. Okay, that's a silly-looking icon for what we're doing here. So let's... What we're doing is, stabbing people in the back. I think we're more like Executioner, so I'm going to go with the Scythe. Let's... I don't like these color combinations. Let's do red and green. Nah, that's not quite right. I think that works okay. I kind of want to just hit random here until we get something a little bit different. That looks kind of good. I want to bulk that guy up a bit, though. Now, it looks a little bit too fancy dandified for this. That looks pretty good. Again, looks kind of short, kind of like not broad enough for this. Where's height? Eh, this is fine. There, more ferocious pose. That looks like a barbarian. Alright.
Your journey begins.
So I don't actually know how story mode works or what it is.
It was the time when the raw forces of magic returned to Athla. The seal that had protected the world was shattered. The cosmic currents, thereby unleashed, shaped the land, changing what was, whilst returning what once may have been. In the wake of this new genesis, the great empires of the Third Age fell into decline, bringing on an era of re-exploration and expansion. Alas, the time for peaceful discovery was brief, for the ancient wizards of the Second Age broke free from their eldritch prisons in the depths of the astral sea. Their strength regained, they set out to rule over the surviving peoples as God Kings, or Godir. There was little divine about them. Yaka, Nimue, Carissa, a pantheon of pretender gods. They were scarred, corrupted, haunted by millennia of torment, and ready to unleash their newfound powers against whoever
Yeah,
dared
so I don't
stand
really
in their
understand
way.
the lore of this game too well, but very, very much evil gods have returned from like the Cycle of Ages, and I'm trying to remember the RPG system that uses that.
The wizard kings were not unchallenged. Mortal champions rose to the defense of their people, rebuilding their realms and learning to channel the currents of magic.
I kind of wish that was better represented in-game, because the wizard champions are not strong enough, honestly.
Champion. While traveling through the Valley of Wonders in search of a new home, tragedy befell his tribe. Its elders
I wonder if the
slain
statement
by
of
a
tribe
magical being,
has to do with the fact that we chose
after
barbarian.
inheriting both the elder's throne and his powerful tome of magic. The young champion had to rise up and protect his people from the dangers that awaited.
Okay, so there is actually a tier 1 unit that I could use as another sort of damage dealer, but we might actually have enough damage front-loaded into what we have here. I forgot to check the weapon. I might actually just have the default, which is fine, honestly. Oh, we got a quest. We have to build a farm, and we have to kill 3 units. Okay. So that gives us a tracker of that. So yeah, like, what actually does this guy even do here? He's got Invigorate, which is 10 temporary hit points, Strength and Regen. Okay, and it's an area of effect one, so the fact that it applies Strengthened is actually really good. These guys, like, I don't actually think that they've got the best synergy with their own abilities here. Primal Strike is not the best thing out there for someone that does multiple strikes. The Sunderers kind of get away with it, but here's the thing about Primal Strike. Even if Primal Strike applied, like, once every single round instead of once per battle, it would still actually be about as good as the Awaken mechanic for High Culture. Because High Cultures gets, like, 12 damage per round if they just stand there and attack you with their damage. This is, like, 8 damage in a round, so even if you could do it every round, it would be, like, 8 damage per round compared to 12. Or, you know, they get unlucky and they have to do one that's just as 4 damage because they had to move a lot, and then you do 8 damage. So you'd be more consistently able to use the full value, but it's less potential. The way that this works, it's actually just way weaker. It's just way worse. On the other hand, this unit does have some interesting abilities here, like Slippery Swift means that I can easily use that flanking ability. Same thing with these guys. The ability to use Shield Bash, that's going to make it so I can use flanking a little bit more easily. Got these guys their quest fight. Let's see how well this composition works against them. I'm going to grab this first, actually. Okay, so let's obviously use manual combat here. I'm interested in that I've got a full stack of units. That's kind of odd to me. Trying to remember. No, that seemed... Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's correct. Yeah, so we've all got that, like, Primal Strike bonus except for myself here. It's like, again, it's one of the weaker bonuses. I kind of want to get my units up somewhere where they're potentially going to tank the shot from this guy and be in a position where they're, like, in this terrain, so they're going to, like, dodge it or block it. And if he goes for someone else, we can still just not get hit too badly because we're, like, behind some cover or something like that, or behind another unit. Here's a problem, actually. I kind of want to use the Invigorate, but if I use Invigorate, then I'm losing out on the healing potential. So I think we wait a turn then do it, which means that I'm going to get the refresh on it later, but... Okay, well... I really want to do this. You know what? Our first two actions we're not going to actually have that go. So let's go ahead and run in. Because what we want to do here is stun stuff, and the stun does not give a crap about our strength relative to anything else. What have we got here? Could also get strengthened from this. I don't think I need it. It's only a 66% chance, but we'll take it. Yeah, he resisted. So we do nothing, take a hit, and now we're bleeding, so... That's fantastic. Okay, so we get around back here, we get the shot, and now we're flanking, I believe. Nope, we're not. This is flanking. I'd really like to get a flanking throw, so even though it's less accurate, we'll go for it. Yeah, it's unfortunately grazed, but... What we'll do is go here. We're going to hit this guy in melee, I think. What we're going to do is do our... this thing. Gets us that strengthened. Adding strengthened before Primal Strike is actually kind of important. Oh, I've been blinded, that's unfortunate. I feel like he hit me 4 times there. If that stun had gone off against this guy, that would have been so much cleaner. Okay, so we take 2. It's a pretty big flank hit. Alright, these guys we're just going to go ahead and hit. Don't actually kill it, we don't get the kill there necessarily. Because I want to have my guys kind of around the backside of things. That'll be the kill anyway. Looks like this will be a kill no matter what I go after. And then... I really feel like Primal Strike is kind of weak, honestly. This has not really changed my impression of that. Now the thing is, like, it is +8, so that any percentage boosts are going to make that a much bigger initial hit. And Sundere's throwing those flanking shots is, in fact, really good. Okay, we'll just head back into there for a bit. And we'll send you guys... Yeah, I can't quite reach. If you reach the city center with Barbarians, you can actually regain your action points and health. Spawnkin is the one that everyone goes for with these guys. I'm going to take it. I don't think it's actually good, as people say it is. I think it's overrated. Now, we're pretty much full health, but... saved us kind of a turn, really. I'm not sure it made a big difference. Let's go ahead and track some population. Let's go ahead and get the sheep. I would not mind at all getting a quick boost to tech, because that's like kind of difficult to get in the early game. We'll build a workshop. Lots of little bits of magic around here, so that's nice. I would like to find where my local vassal state is. Because you always have like a vassal you can get. I could actually be dropping like outposts. These are expensive though. Hold on until I've got a slightly better one available. Now, I can leave the monster spawner here and then just go deal with other stuff first and then come back and kill those guys later for more experience points, basically. I could get a bunch of experience by farming what comes on there, so that's what we're going to do. I'm going to get working on some more Sunderers and some more Warriors. The Warriors are more just like sort of frontline distractions. The Sunderers are the damage. We're probably going to end up taking the Tomes of Zeal. And that'll give us an increase in some stuff there that'll make us have another damage-dealing unit that's low tier. We're going to take Blaze of the Horde. This makes it so that we just, do more damage overall. Start working on this. It's going to take us a long time to actually cast it, but that's fine. Okay. Pretty much always better to just actually take the good options here. I'm gonna just attack though, because I want experience on my units and stuff like that. Let's hit auto combat, see what that's like here. This goes okay with auto combat. That's not great. I'm gonna try and retry that. I think that one of the things I'm getting sort of hit by is the fact that they do summon units, which is pretty bad for us, but it's like weak animal units, so. Admittedly, spiders are actually quite tough, so them getting spiders does actually let them do some damage and stuff like that. I can't really flank them here either. I can get like a lot of defense along the sides here, but I think we actually spread out a lot here. I think we don't focus our units too much. Which does mean I'm not really going to benefit a ton from the strengthening and the regen from this. Which is a bad thing. Okay, in this case, I can't flank this guy anyway, so I'm much better running up and just melee striking him regardless. And honestly, I might actually want to do this. Just... I resisted again. I'm getting really bad luck with this. Okay, I'm just gonna hit this. Move you here, and then we're going to do this. Next turn we'll Mighty Meek. Why would I want to berserk myself? That seems so risky. I like how they boosted the spider that can't get into the fight. That's kind of funny to me. Okay, and we got the regen running, so that's not too bad. That unit gets absolutely bodied. They did that in the wrong order, honestly. Like, if they were going to do that, they should have done it in a different order, but... if I'm running up like this, I'm better off like this and then throwing the javelin. Except for the fact that he's in the thing, so he takes less damage. Great. I do want to reduce the damage I take in retaliation from this, so I'm going to probably hit with this. I'm going to save up my magic. I'm not using those abilities right now. I just don't feel like I need them. Just going to hit defend there. Okay, I definitely take this unit first. Get the kill. This one's gonna run around and get a flanking shot. Yeah, those flanking shots, pretty darn good. Ouch. Yeah, these Sunderers are just too fragile. Wow, okay. They might get a kill here. Yep. Fortunately, they're cheap at least, but still, that sucks. That they go down that easily. Kind of knew they did, but I'm also kind of getting really unlucky with the stuns, which would have actually helped a lot, so... Okay, so he should get killed on the move. Well, I went from the auto-resolve giving me 0 casualties to, whatever. I'm gonna try this one more time here. So I just have to remember, like, the Sunderers are made out of glass. Like, they do not take a hit. I think we actually will run up here and use this earlier. Cooldown's 3 turns. Yeah, no, I don't want to use that earlier. Like, part of this is, like, I'm just getting ridiculously unlucky with stuff as well, so that's definitely a part of it. I think I'm actually just going to let them come to me first. I think we do better if I do that. That's actually fine. I want them to be lured this way so I can, like, come around the flanks a bit. Making sure the AI actually does that, though, is kind of a different issue. Okay. So what I would like to do is try to have these guys get stunned again. But, like, apparently my luck with this is just absolutely atrocious, so... kind of risky. That extra damage on flank, wow, okay. That's my tougher, tankier unit, so I can kind of get away with some stuff here. Oh, I can flank from here, I think. Okay, so that should have decreased the damage that they can do by enough that this is fine. But I could take 0 damage, literally, by doing this. Stunned. No retaliation attack. And again, I think we just wait, see if we can lure them in here. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, I don't think... The spiders didn't move forward at all, so... kind of stuck doing it this way. But this does mean that they're not, like, moving forward against us, so... I still want to try and flank. Running flankers, though, apparently is just kind of tricky. Do you know what would actually be surprisingly good, I suspect, with a full flank build? It's if I had flank builds with the order tree, like the high culture. And the reason is the high culture gets access to some pretty interesting bonuses, like distracted on all their shots. Oh, these guys can't be flanked. That's what's going on. That's cheating. Well, I might as well just run up and throw it straight at him then. Okay, 90% from here. But, alright. We might take some bleed here, but we'll be okay. Still not quite kill. There we go. Alright, that's better. Horn of Plenty, that's actually a really good item. It lets us have so much more momentum. Let's see here. Bloodlust. When this unit kills, gain 10 hit points and +1 strengthened. We could get the Primal Mark ability like we got on everybody else. I'm gonna probably go with things like Experience Leader. This is Age of Wonders. This is. Yeah, we're playing story mode, though, so things are a little bit different. I'm using a different faction. I want to see what the story mode actually was like. So far, it seems like it's just a slightly more directed version of the standard game. It doesn't seem super, super different. Some units there I have to kill. Okay. Like, it does feel like it's literally just like what I would normally be doing, which I don't mind. I think that's fine. Oh, let's see here. I think I need, for things like Storehouse, I need Foresters. That's fine. There we go. It just looks really different because, like, I'm using such a different kind of faction, I think. But, yeah, this is the same game. It is the same game. I'm not sure, like, how the story mode progresses, really, in the sense of, like, I don't know... Is there, like, additional story past this? Like, how do things go here? Okay, well, I'm already working on boosting that alliance, so... can ignore that for now. I would like to get this, but more important is this thing. Oh, I forgot to build a palisade with these guys. I wonder if I'm going to be forced to get Mother Ash. This is going to be expensive. I think it's fine, though. I think this spot's okay. Alright, let's get a warrior. Let's get... Battle Ritual Site next? I think so. Some science in here as well. Reducing upkeep, that seems good. Like, there's a little blurb at the start of this. I'm wondering, like, if you beat the world, like, you go to another one after that, and then so on and so forth, if that's how that goes. That'd be kind of interesting if that's the case. If I do have to take out Mother Ash, that's actually gonna be tricky because we're going with like a full tier 1 build here, which is pretty weak against that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't want a Fury. I'm just gonna fight. Should be able to auto this. Yeah, pretty much no damage. Gain a bunch of food. These guys. It's an Astral Siphoner, Tide Spirit, and the Stone Spirit. The Siphoner actually hits like a truck, but... okay. Honestly, this is the first level of the story mode, so if there is multiple stages to it, it wouldn't surprise me if this was just very tutorial-y. What have I got here? My stem rail, that's fine. This is where I would love to be lucky. I'm not, so, you know. I kind of want to swing everybody over to this side so that I can get maximum from the heal here. Since I need people to be healed up, I might as well do this right away. Okay. So the problem here is going to be, like, the stun is actually, like, not that likely to go off here. This should actually be enough fire damage to deal something. No, not really. It's 15 damage, which is not that much, I guess. I'm probably better off using Fury of the Horde. Gets everybody except for the Shaman and the Hero, so... Oops. %66% chance. And if I don't get it, I get kind of owned. So that's fantastic. Let's kind of figure out how everyone else is doing here, I suppose. I do want to get these guys around a flank. I wouldn't mind that terribly, but it's going to be much easier for me to get around to a flanking attack with my commander as opposed to with the swordsman. So he's coming around this side. Now the only question is, do I risk this? Or do I let... This guy gets one big attack that hurts quite a bit, so I don't want to risk that. I want to do this, because it stops like 3 attacks. And it's more likely. Since these guys are stunned, I can go ahead and try and hit them. Slightly annoying, but that's fine. I blow our astral there. That's fine. So what I kind of want to do is shield bash here again. Keep these guys stun locked. So that also gets us the shield wall, which is nice. I think we just go with this. Just churn our way through with primal strikes and stuff like that. I really wish I could be getting the flank shots on these. Because the flank does modify your primal strike damage, which is really, really strong. Ouch. Jeez. Oh, we got stunned. Darn. Okay. Forgot about that. I should have killed this one first. It's okay, though. We're hitting pretty hard here. Eagle bow. Could get a gremlin. It's a tier 2, I think. We don't want those. So I guess we'll get the phase cloak. Wait, why are we at war with these guys all of a sudden? Our alignment changed to evil. When did we declare war? Did I accidentally have to... Oh, I know what I did. That's so annoying. Okay. It's one of those, like, I can't cross his borders without declaring war for some reason. That should actually just be trespass, though. Like, I don't know why it's saying that that's a war declaration. Alright, let's just grab this first. We'll wait a little bit, but nah. Summon Irregulars is going to work for us since we're trying to do... Wait, why are we at war again? Was that one of their units? How come that... Usually there's a pop-up that says, like, hey, this is going to declare war if you do it. It's like, okay, great, fantastic. This one, apparently, I'm missing the message or something like that because I'm clicking through. Oh, this is what's doing it. It is these guys. Okay. Because these are their associated garrisons. I thought you could get rid of them without... Alright, well, whatever. So can I declare war on these guys? Or can I fight these guys? Without it doing that? What a weird problem. Alright, let's grab that. Okay, we're not at war with them this time. That's lovely. For now, we need to have production. Just gonna get the good quarry here. I guess we get the vendor next. No, let's get the ancestral Seer Hall. It's gonna take longer, but those bonuses that they give you to production are kind of weird on your science buildings. You have to defeat the Yaka. Okay. So I guess we just sort of go with, oh, geez. We just go along with, like, the story stuff here. That is gonna be interesting. Okay. How come my scout can't move there? Scout's, like, been stuck for a while or something. Okay, those guys are now friends. I have to keep going to get that Pact of Vassalage. This is, I think, a tier 1, but it will turn into a tier 3, so I'm just going to get rid of it. There's no point in, like, fostering that as a unit for us. Oops, that's not a great spot. Oh, that's fine. Fortune, gain 3 fortune. That's quite a lot of crit. It's a decent amount. Alright, we got this finally done. This makes us weaker in a lot of ways, but it makes us stronger in some ways. Also makes us look stupid. I honestly don't like Svankin that much. I'm quite negative on that spell, even though it's very popular. Just gonna get down to here-ish. Oh, I know why. These guys were building an outpost. That's where they were stuck. Let's see. I can just barely make a city here, and I will. I could start using summon irregulars instead of, like, building troops the normal way, but I kind of don't want my population to be boosting up too much faster right now. I think it's a good idea for me to get this, and if we're doing that, I would not mind faster production. Okay, all these are fairly high tier powerful units. The way that I said I was going to go, I actually think that we get the most synergy out of the Blessed Soul. Because we'll be going for some Condemned. And that'll be quite powerful. Start forming these into a stack here. Alright, we're at war with them as well, which is unfortunate. It'll be okay though. So there's no way I beat the Tower of Destinies like with what we have here. Like, that's just not in the cards. I'm not even sure what I would use necessarily to do that. Oh yeah, that sucked. I'm not sure what I would use to do that. Okay. So, how many are in these? Like, 9? There's 9 people in these little squads. That's kind of crazy. Doesn't actually matter for us personally, so... Not getting, like, Okay, this spot is actually fine. I don't mind them going after my hero guy, because he's kind of a tank. And we can make him tankier by, like, adding to his shield wall here. Then we're going to try and go around for a flank with the Sunderers. I wouldn't mind. Apparently we actually defend from here. Nice. Alright, so we try to go for some stuns, I think, again here. Or we could force them forward, but... yeah, I think them go forward would actually be better, but... yeah, no, I think we charge here. Can this guy even be stunned? 66% chance? This never works for me, but... oh, it did, okay. This is a support unit. I don't actually have to stun it, so we're just gonna chop this guy down to size a bit. Some good damage there. Alright. I want to find shots here that are going to be flanks, but I think these guys all have, like, all-around vision, which kind of sucks. Yeah, these guys don't have a side where they're getting flanked from, so... we want to hit the units that actually have, like, less things, or, like, a lot of things in them, because if we, like... chip them down, we reduce the amount of damage that they do to us, so that's our target priority here. I think we actually do more that way. It's also more reliable, so... ooh, that removed the stun. Okay, well that was interesting, but apparently we can melee flank these guys. Do I want to use Fury of the Horde here? I think I will. Wouldn't mind getting rid of them. This will also stop this thing from just firing 3 times. Might lose another Sunder, but again, I kind of am not worried about that. Keeping them alive is actually pretty hard. They're just so glass. Ouch. Very good. Okay, all that's left is their 1 support unit. Shouldn't be able to do much. Yeah. I mean, the amount of damage it did do is kind of surprising, but still. Alright, we got a replacement Sunder like right by us. It doesn't matter that much. Still, I probably can't afford to keep losing units like this. City ruins. Can rebuild them, apparently. Wait, what? Oh, am I at war with those guys? Oh god, bloody heck. It's being raised. You know what? That's fine. I could do this, though. Nah, it's not gonna really help in time. I'm used to not being at war so early, honestly. Okay, I need some defensive training just because my units are like way too fragile. Well, that's the Akka. Those are the people I'm at war with. Should probably back off here. Like, they're gonna finish raising that. There's not a ton I can do about it. Well, actually, what have they got there? Oh no, we'll be against 2 of them. If I had more casting power, I could get 2 of those done. Let's see if I can make it, actually. Build a farm there. Build a warrior. Rush recruitment. Track population. No, I can't actually, get further. Okay. Well, still. Would it be possible? This is just a scout and a gremlin. Or a lesser magma spirit. Okay, this is possible. I don't think it would be that easy. This wouldn't work very well. Wait, what about my scouts? I think they're gonna complete that and I can't stop them. By just that, like, tiny amount. That's annoying. Gold per kill. Cheaper outposts. I might just have to refound this outpost, that's fine. You'll jerkwad. Oh, shoot. Okay, well, That's unfortunate. Thought they had most of their army down south here, but apparently this is just a minor force. This is the... what it's like on hard difficulty, I guess. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is go through these tomes. Not Faith, Zeal. This will get us access to Fanatical Workforce, which is really good. Summon Zealot is going to be something that we're going to make some use of. I think they're going to be a good hard-hitting unit. And then we've also got Legion of Zeal, so it's going to make it so we deal even more damage.
The fervor of righteousness is a gift.
Okay, so I think Legion of Zeal is the strongest upgrade here. And we've got access to our tier 2 units, but I'm not going to actually focus on tier 2 units. We're mostly going to keep going tier 1. The fact that I know he's like all the way down there, it's like so far away. Alright, it's literally the same spot again. Fortunately, it's cheaper this time, but still. If those guys run away or something, that's super annoying. Can't wait till we get Mighty and Meek. It's gonna make this much smoother. Okay, Warrior. These ones I don't really care too much about, and I'm just gonna go with the Enchanted Crow Companion. Tap Legion of Zeal there. Okay, still not at the Pact of Vassalage or anything, but we can trade with these guys now. 5 gold for 10 production is really good. Focus crystals would be kind of nice. I'm just going to go with production. Go ahead and rebuild that. Go ahead and get another city here. Once it's a city, it's like better defended, so... Actually, how do I get zealots? Do I recruit those through... I can't remember if they're summoned or not. I don't usually use them too often. Need some more mana production. I think we just try to take out Oraculum. I might just try to vassalize them. I'm not sure if we've got enough units though to do this, but it's fine. Grab the vendor. I need more mana production as well. I'm actually gonna get this first. I'm not gonna cast that because we're out of magic. Ooh. This is a large area and it gives me a lot more bonuses than the one I was using. Okay, I'm gonna take that. That's where Lighthaven is. Good for them. Yeah, I kind of thought so. Here's some people trying to mess up my stuff here. But I don't think they can actually, like, fight me, really. Well, they did more damage to me than I thought they were going to, but... Your life, however, it ends. That's not actually true. Okay, give me a bunch of magic. Wait. I thought I had to break down the walls. Do I not have to siege here? Do they have, like, 0 defenses? Okay, let's try and do something real quick here first. I wouldn't finish casting it anyway, so let's just not. Yeah, I think we can do a bit better. I'm not sure why people like Tome of the Horde so much. Like, your units are really fragile. Like, tier 1 units are more fragile than later tier units, just innately. But compound that with, like, some other problems that I have with them. Like, the bonuses are good, they're just not, like, that good. Apparently these guys have got... How come I'm not doing my Primal Strike? That's interesting. Not enough distance on that. Fine. This is the important one, though. I really don't want to open myself up to that flank attack. If I don't have to. Would not mind just gumming these guys up here. I only wish I could reach, like, this one guy here. I don't think anything I have can. Oh yeah, this guy can. Okay. So now I can hit this guy without it being as big a deal. I can even run up and hit this guy in melee. I don't want to get close with this one. This is going to probably be the Sunderer that gets killed here, but... No, it's going to be this one. Well, dead anyway. We dropped a model, so that's good at least. Breaking through in siege is, I think, going to be a big weakness of this build here. Oh yeah, this guy's not condemned or anything, so I guess not really much use there. I am really liking the extra damage on flank in this build. I'm not entirely convinced it's worth trying to get. Like, you definitely deal more damage if you get it, but it's just getting around to do it is costing you enough time that I'm not sure that you're getting a benefit. It's that kind of situation. The opportunity cost of getting there. 25% chance, no way. It's kind of a fight between like a glass cannon and like another glass cannon. But I can be more aggressive because like I can just charge him and get all these hits. Whereas he has to sort of like reposition himself and avoid getting flanked and all this other stuff, so. I'm at a definite advantage here, it feels like. Ouch. Well, unless I do stuff like that. Ooh, I apply Condemned when I hit them with this guy. I forgot about that. Alright. Easy enough stuff. We still lost a unit, but... let's vassalize them. And maybe we just keep pushing? It looks so stupid when he's this short. It looks so bad. It's the downside to using that ability as well. You just look really stupid. Tier 1 game plus 20% damage. Okay. I guess we obviously have to take plus 20% damage. I don't really feel like I need any of those. Vassalize is considered like a good guy action in this game, which is, you know, neither here nor there, but let's see here. I do wish you moved faster through your own terrain, honestly. Like, that's kind of a weird thing that you don't. Probably need to get ready to fight that monster den, but for now we just have to keep doing what we're doing. Friend of Ogres. This guy's got Seductive and Casting Adept. Or we could get Builder. I think that we go with this. This is a powerful ability. And having Casting Adept, like both of those together, like that's pretty strong. So we'll start up another stack with this fella here. I kind of need to save my magic. I can't really do any more of that. Okay. So we got Inspiring Chant now. Since we got Zeal applied to all our units, that should actually make it so that we're capable of just getting strengthened right off the bat, and quite a lot of it. I'm gonna summon some irregulars. Hmm. Okay, I do need monoliths. I need kind of everything. Just gonna keep building. We'll get summoned zealot. Oh, this is a summoned unit. Yeah, I don't produce it. Alright, we got here now. This place needs palisades. I'm gonna actually rush that because there's an enemy sort of hovering near it. Get me some time if I need it. I don't think I've got enough money to get a hero now, though, but that's fine. Yeah, that's what I thought. I could gain a Berserker. Berserkers are actually super strong. They've got Local Man Too Angry to Die as a special ability. How long is this going to hold out for? 2 turns? I don't know if I'm going to make it there in time, but hopefully we do. Nope, can't get any more range on that. I do need this though, so just grab it. I'm going to keep... Well, actually, no, I'll use this one on there. Cast another one. By next turn, it'll be ready. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, if we go over here, we got ones that are worth, like, less money, so... Go ahead and hire you. Are you undead or something? No? Okay. Okay, I guess I can't governor that while that's happening. Oh, yeah, no, I can. I'll just lump him in with the other one. Okay, have we got to Pact of Vassalage yet? Yes. Okay. With all the heroes I'm getting, we might be able to use a hero stack to get through some of the stuff here. Like, I just think it's going to be really tricky to try and do this with, like, tier 1s. Not this part, the, another thing that we have to do. Let's... start that off here. I don't have a lot of cash. Go tower bombardment. It'll undermine the walls. Yeah, it looks fine. Okay. This guy could get sniped out and cause some interesting problems, but that's fine. Oh, they're running away there. Okay, I'm gonna summon the irregulars down here. I'm gonna start working actually on summoning a zealot. And we'll take out this. I might want to actually just take out this monster den at this point in time. Get some levels on these heroes that we have here. Or not, you know. Alright, we're up to tier 2, and we've gone for, like, the Zeal Chaos build. Mass Condemnation would be really good here. Inquisitor's Zeal is good for skirmishers. But I think that we're probably going to be better off with, like, the Revelry path, which gives us access to, like, the Blood Fury weapons and stuff like that. Revels and Carnage is going to be, kind of okay. Those would be good, or we could go with the Tome of Mayhem. I'm thinking the Tome of Revelry, the Blood Fury weapons, is going to be good for us. If you're gonna go glass cannon, you might as well keep going.
Nothing instills more doubt in an enemy than a foe who revels in...
Alright, I need more money. Let's get a market. I want to grab this because I want this to be able to get a market later on its own right. Kind of don't need these too badly. I'm just going to get the farm food. Got a rally started. I don't think this is going to be any better than what we're already doing. Not really. Nope, they've gone back to Siege Gardheim again. We're definitely close enough to hit them this time, though, so... Okay. So Zealot functionally is just another tier 1 unit, similar to like the one we've already been sort of doing. They're ridiculously hard hitting, though. I think they hit quite a bit harder than a Sunderer. Except on that first hit, they don't really. But for pure sustained damage, I think they're better. It's coming towards us this time. Risky battle, really. It's a level 12 hero. Well, that would be why. I'm gonna keep summoning. That's how we're gonna get our units from now on for a while. Right, well... In a real sense, does he actually beat me here? It says it's risky, but I do have more power than him, so... Let's see what actually happens on auto-resolve, but... Well, we kill them both. I'm just gonna take that. We'll go like that. That we're sort of building towards the right direction. Okay. Kind of just chucking these in places. I thought I already... Did I accidentally stack that? I might have stacked that. In a bad way there. These are going to be uneven stacks, but it kind of doesn't matter. This is just like supposed to be a horde that rolls over you anyway. Well, that's slightly bullshit. Alright. Let's pull back a bit. Bathhouse would probably be good here. Oops, who sent me a treaty proposal? Deal. For hard difficulty, these guys get more armies than I thought they would, honestly. Just gonna put them up to about here. so that they're sort of at a crossroads. They can get to any of these pretty quickly. They'll be healing, so that should be good. What do I need here for what I want? Well, I would like a mint, but... Carnival of Flesh. Horse of Stakes. Mob Camp. I think we go Condemned. It's just the most damage that we could get right now. Alright, so you should be able to auto-combat this and just, like, roll over them. I have not yet. I've got a schedule for that, kind of. Like, it's not like I couldn't go and get my computer fixed. I have figured out some ways to make it, like, run more smoothly, though, despite the problems. So, like, that helps, but... yeah, I do actually need to go get it fixed. Like, it is running a lot smoother now that I've done some stuff to it, but I can tell that there's still, like, a problem with one of the hard drives. Okay, this is actually going to be really kind of difficult with the positioning here. So I got a couple options here. Like, I rush the walls and get, like, flank shot to hell by these guys. I could just shuffle left and try and just go through this side. I think that's what we might have to do here. I think these guys must be immune to specific damage types. Yeah, it's not so much like the whole thing is broken, it's just like one of the components is not like performing optimally, so it's not a huge deal about getting my computer fixed anytime soon. Like, it runs. And I can get stuff to start up if I do it properly. It's just, yeah, I should probably actually do... I should probably get fixed up. Who the hell are you guys? Oh, these are the Blessed Souls. Why do they look different now? Alright, well, whatever. What's the range on you? 6? I want to get this on cooldown, like, right away, so... Really? This thing's damage is kind of pathetic. Alright. There's a... Is that a hard drive? Why would you pay 100 grand for a hard drive? How much storage is in that thing? Like, you could, what, do they use that to store the entire Library of Congress or something? What the hell? I probably should actually use some more healers in this composition. Yeah, if I try to fight this guy, these guys are just going to rain absolute devastation onto my flanks while these guys just tank shots. Like, it would be a terrible idea for me to try to fight over here, so I'm going to move and just not fight over here. If he wants to, like, run out of his fort to try and, like, counter this, that's fine, but I'm not fighting him over here. Ow. Are those spellbreakers? No, those must be pyromancers. Okay. So this is busted up enough that I could do a potential breakthrough over here. How much damage would this actually do at this point in time? Probably quite a bit. 256 gigabytes? For a hard drive? Is that actually not a hard drive? I get the feeling like you're talking about something that's not a hard drive. Having Starblades is fine. Okay. Let's see here. I would love it if I could run this guy over and actually, like, do this health restoration on the guys that need it, but it's a bit too far away, I think. Methinks. You get hit by these ballistas pretty hard, but... Okay, I would love it if I could get a stun here. There we go. Okay, good. Okay, that'll just stop them from getting to do their thing. How? Oh, these guys phase through there. Right. Ethereal. This burning is actually going to tick us down a lot of health. Fortunately, he can't do that again this turn, so... It's definitely not a hard drive. Yeah, 256 gigabytes of memory would be not really fixing anything. that would be at the level of not really great, honestly. Okay. I think we just try to hurt these spiders a little bit, but we got poisoned off on them. Alright, we'll bolster our defenses here. I'm gonna use these guys to keep these guys in check. If these guys decide to come out, like, these guys being here will help us sort of exploit that, take advantage. Ouch. Okay, that was a ton of damage I just took. Ouch. Okay. Okay, so we hit pretty hard over here. I'm gonna go ahead and strengthen again. I really don't like having, like, these sort of weaker, more, disposable units. It's not my playstyle, I think, but... Also, it just means that your units are never gonna get access to, like, the really big bonuses that you can get. Which feels kind of bad, but... I could go for the stun, but I'm gonna go for this. Okay, I'm actually going to head over here. I should have done this earlier, actually, but... should have done this before we attacked. That would have been way smarter. It's fine, though. These guys look like they're planning on sort of shuffling over. If this guy's fighting solo against the Zealot, I'll have the Zealot go fight him. Ooh, I think we can get some shots in. Shots fired. Did I take a look at bolt gun? I did. I do not do very well at that type of game, though, so I'm probably not going to bother with it. Looks like it's kind of fun. I was not very good at games like Doom and stuff like that. I would have to depend, actually, like, because the thing that I'm bad at is platforming, and a lot of those, like, old-school shooter-type games had a lot of platforming in them. Which, you might not think of there being, like, a lot of platforming in, like, Doom or Duke Nukem or something like that. There's more than I was capable of doing. Like, I'm really bad at jumping puzzles. Even very basic ones. Okay, now that guy sort of moved over to there, I think we move up our Zealots. It's kind of just pure pandemonium over here. Alright, I'm gonna move you up to here and then defend. I'm gonna keep using Song of the Reckless. Yeah, bolt gun looks like a lot of fun, though. I just know that I would do poorly at it. Kind of thing. Know your limitations is what I say about that. Let's see here. I'd only get one hit with that. Kind of prefer doing something like this. He will get a retaliation. I don't want to let him get a retaliation here. One of the other things, like, I was a console gamer back when, like, a lot of those games were popular, so I don't have any nostalgia for those types of games either. Like, I played them sort of later in life, like when I was, like, I don't know, 20-something. But I didn't really play them when I was growing up at all. Because, like, you don't have that on a Mario. Like, you've got, at best, like, GoldenEye or something like that on console. So just never really played those and never really got as attached to them. And as a result of that, I just don't really care too much about it. Whereas I think for a lot of people, the idea of playing like that style of shooter is just very nostalgic innately. That's not really something I've got, though. Yeah, that's some good damage. The other thing as well, like, what I really, really want if I'm going to play a shooter in 40k, like that kind, I really wish they made it, like, not Space Marines. Yeah, like, I tried Doom. It's a good game, it's well made, it's pretty fun, actually, but, like, I'm not very good at the jumping parts of that, like, the jumping puzzle stuff of it. It feels like there's a lot in that revival stuff, and there's a lot in the old ones as well, like where it's like slowly rising pillars that you had to like time jumps up, and it's just like, okay, I can't freaking do this very well. Ouch. Jeez, that hurt. Okay. Probably dead. Yep. But, yeah, no, they did a great job at like redoing that, and I think that's good. But I'm bad at it, so, you know. Are these guys morale broken yet? I cannot tell. I don't think they are. Okay. But, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I would love it if they would make a game that's sort of in that style, or like a shooter type game of any kind, where you get to play as like the Eldar, like the one that they made, like Tau Fire Warrior. I really like that they went with the Tau instead of just Space Marines again. Like that was great, but like there's so many other opportunities and possibilities out there other than just Space Marines all the time. Me being like just jaded and salty, that's always Space Marines, but it really could be something different. I've been seeing some games where you're like orcs come out lately. Those look actually kind of interesting. There's a racing game that's like Twisted Metal where you're racing around and like murdering other cars. Yeah, these guys are running, finally. But yeah, there's so many factions like for 40k. I like learning types of games. There's certain things that I don't like. Oh. Okay. I guess I didn't have to do that other part. I probably got more points if I did the other sub-objective, but... Yeah, so, like, learning certain things is fun for me. Like, learning strategies and stuff like that is fun for me. Learning execution is not. So I tend to not like games where a lot of what you're learning is the mechanical button pressing and becoming good at that. So, like, when I play fighting games, for example, I'm not very good at combos or anything like that. I just basically play it around head games and strategy. And I can beat, like, bad players at fighting games. I also lose against bad players at fighting games.
The invasion of Yaka. The spark of divinity was ignited.
But platforming, no matter how much I play it, I'm bad at it. I just have bad button pressing abilities.
Mortality. The Pantheon represented an entirely different world. For while the Godia could walk the realms as gods, they had to abide by rules when dealing with their own kin within the astral sea.
I don't know why they showed, like, all the characters I beat in the game with here. Like, that's kind of interesting.
In Mage Haven, a world near the center of the astral sea.
Well, this isn't all of them, actually. This is just a bunch of them.
The Pantheon had established their forum of council. It was a place warded by an ancient spell. Stripped of their abilities to harm one another, even the fiercest enemies could meet up in Mage Haven. Here, the Godia constructed their world gates, through which they embarked on their journeys of exploration and expansion that defined the Fourth Age of Wonders.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the freaking RPG setting. Is it Dark Sun? It might be Dark Sun that's like this. It operates in these sort of like cycles where magic comes into the world and then it leaves again and then it comes in again. You find that you tend to lean into execution more lately. It's interesting that you're going more from that direction because, like, the way that a lot of people work is, like, as they get older, it becomes harder to do the execution stuff. So you sort of have to lean into the more strategy elements to it because you're, like, getting old. Okay, so this is the story realm part 2. So it goes like this. Okay. Do I have to play the same guy? I'm probably not going to finish this one. No, I get to make a new person for this. Okay, so this is potentially a good way to, like, test out lots of different builds, maybe. But yeah, like, the thing about mechanically challenging is, like, when you're young, like, it's easier to do mechanically challenging games, like, your wrists don't hurt as much. And then as you get older, maybe you sort of lean towards the more cerebral types of games as you become, like, worse at clicking things, your reactions slow down, your... like, arthritis kicks in, and your brain rot kicks in, so you can just sort of slowly think about things. Like, I think that that's the normal thing. Going from, like, more, like, intellectual puzzle-y stuff to more execution stuff is kind of interesting. It's a little bit opposite, but, you know, if that's what works for you, then that is what works for you. I'm trying to think, like, what I want to try here. And what I might want to try here is actually something like Maximum Chaos or something like that. There was a build that I was looking at that looks kind of interesting that uses a lot of chaos. I don't need anything in particular during the early game because we're going to switch over to something else in the late game. So what do I think I need for what we're doing here? Yeah, but I've always been more on the strategy type of side of things, and now that I'm sort of like having a harder time keeping up, I'm moving away from real time to more to turn based because like I'm old. I'm not so old that I can't play real time strategy. Actually, I probably could. I just have to practice, but. Okay, so the theory is like I'm going to be building up some frontliner type units and then bolstering that with like things that consume chaos. So that's the strategy that we're going for here. This might be a good time for like wolf mounts or something like that, but I think what we're going to go with is keen-sighted so I can hit people with archers. And then on this line of things, I think what we might want to do is defense tactics.
What is their origin culture?
Going dark.
What defines their society?
I would not mind going full evil with this one, like ritual cannibals, ruthless raiders type things. I think this could do well.
Choose your first tome of magic.
So we're going to try another form of Tome of the Horde here. This might work better than the previous one.
What is your ruler's origin?
We can be a Wizard King this time, but actually works well for what we're trying to do here, so I'm going to go with that.
Yourself.
Yeah, that tends to be how I go. Like, once I figure out all the different strategies that I like, I move on from those. It's kind of why I like Stellaris, because like they keep changing it. Like, they'll add a new thing, and that makes it completely different. Okay, well that's a little bit too random. I like... I forgot. When you're a Wizard King, you can actually just be from any sort of race. So, let's just hit the button until we find something that's a little bit more appropriate. That looks better. That doesn't look like Chaos, though. Let's change his outfit out. Actually, you know what other game I don't find enjoyable to learn is certain types of puzzle games, like those old school, like King's Quest style adventure games. I really dislike those. That's a thing that I really disliked. Dark Wizard kind of vibes on this one. That's good. Oh, that's the helmet that I don't like. Okay. Oh, that looks kind of good for what we're going for here. Like weird, random, chaosy stuff. I think that works well. This looks like a very much a chaos sorcerer from like Warhammer. But yeah, like games like King's Quest and stuff like that. I don't like the learning process for those games. Actually, let's go back. I want to change the color. This should be more like this should be less colors that I like and more like colors like this, I think. I wish the color palette were a little bit bigger. Slaanesh. This is Slaanesh-like. Well, modern puzzle games are different from the types of puzzle games that I'm sort of referring to here. And, like the old ones were more about solving stupid riddles made by insane people. Whereas, like, modern ones are, like, visual, spatial puzzles, which I think are a little bit smarter.
The astral sea connects all and everything.
God, I hate King's Quest so much.
It is merely a way to travel between worlds, yet some call the astral sea itself their home. Of the many beings who reside within, the curious mare are the most gentle. They swim through the magical currents with ease.
They're making a Talos Principle too? I didn't even know that.
To safety. This is the story of one such mare called Elia, whose curiosity led her to misery.
So there's a bunch of unique rules to like each of these like story missions.
Was intrigued by the worlds that connect to the astral sea. She was specifically attracted to a realm called the Enchanted Archipelago, for its tides resembled her natural habitat, yet felt so different. But it did not take long before Elia's visit turned into a nightmare, when she was captured by a capricious Gaudier.
Yeah, so that's a really recent announcement then. That's kind of cool. I probably won't stream that because I would embarrass myself pretty badly. I can usually solve puzzles, but not under pressure. If I'm like streaming it, it would be like 4 times longer than if I was by myself.
Efforts to create her ultimate race of followers. But her results never lived up to her ever-shifting demands. Elia was forced to watch Nimue drown her own creations over and over again.
She's drowning
only to
frogs.
begin anew once more.
How does that work?
Terrified Elia, shackled and sequestered, could only sing a desperate song, carried by the currents over the astral
So
sea.
here's the problem I sort of have with the story mode already, is like the format and lore of this game doesn't work well with a cohesive narrative. So each of these missions is probably just a little vignette.
Elia's
And I think that's kind of a
soul
necessity, but I still think that makes for uninteresting stories.
A virtuous alliance of Godir heard her plea. The Covenant sought to uphold the ancient agreements of peace and stability, and were thus concerned by the song about Nimue. Had the siren goddess gone mad with power? Or
You would never stream a puzzle game?
play? One zealous Godir of the Covenant volunteered to
Yeah,
investigate
I mean,
the chant
it could be really funny actually, because like,
and liberate it.
the thing about puzzle games, like, you would be doing it and there would be like this super obvious like answer like right in front of your face that you would normally get like 100%, but because you're also talking and trying to like figure out what other people are doing or talking about, like you just completely screw up something super obvious. Like, it would be really funny, but also really terrible. I'll claim this realm and liberate it from the Siren Goddess, yeah. Okay, so Elia's Prison Explored is optional. So our starting units here are our Dark Warrior, our Warlock, and our Pursuer. I'm not going to finish this run, but I want to do a quick explanation of what I'm thinking with this. So the Dark Tree gives you access to the Baneful Curse spell, which gives you stacks of like Sundered Defense, Sundered Resistance, Weaken, blah blah blah. Really easy to just pop that off and get a bunch of debuffs on the enemy. If you've got the summoned units here from Chaos Tomes, Chaos Affinity, you can get the Chaos Eater. And this guy is capable of using the Consume Chaos spell, which heals it some hit points. Removes all the negative status effects on the person you hit and deals 12 elemental damage for each status effect you remove. So if you've just used the Baneful Curse once, you're dealing like 36 damage, and if you've shot them a couple times with arrows or something like that, or you've hit them once with your Warlocks, Consume Chaos can do like 90 damage or something like that. You can basically like one-shot something if you stack it enough and you get this guy enough bonuses. So I think that's what we're trying to do with this build. We're going to see if that works. But honestly, I'm not going to be able to get very far in this mission, because it is already just about time for me to switch to Kerbal. So we're just going to take a look at the startup here of what this is, and not focus too much on anything else here. Can I beat this? Pig, pig, bird, spider. Yeah, not too bad. And because we're, cannibals and everything like that, we easily get a whole bunch of stuff off that. Baneful Curse, key to this build here. We leave that alone for now. Kind of want to try and annex that Tranquil Pool. Amulet of Vitality. I kind of don't want to get that yet, because like we would gain the levels and it would not help us at all. So, in this case, I think we go south here just because that gets us the most room. Alright, let's just do this first. Wait, what? Well, that's interesting. So we are going evil this run. I don't actually think that evil provides any advantages, though, is the problem. Okay. This is such a bad bonus. This is such a bad bonus to get evil points, and the evil points themselves don't really help much. Like, I'm gonna take the Imperium. I'm just, it's so bad. Okay, technically, I think it's better for me to go for the Imperium because, like, that's technically, like, this costs like 50, so why would I take, alright, whatever. We'll hit rebuild here. The fact that there's, like, pre-built cities is actually kind of neat. Yeah, like, there's some interesting stuff going on with the, with this. I don't get the bonus for using Brand of Wrath on the unit that I'm trying to focus on getting. I might take Summon of Regulars just so that I can get, like, chaff units if I need to. The heck? Why did my weapons disappear? Alright, well, whatever. That's fine. In this case, I think what we want is the Experienced Leader. We're not focusing on tier 1s that much. Like, we will be getting tier 1 units, we're just not... it's not our main focus. Oh, jeez. Okay. This is a big map. Flotsam. That is, again, a long ways away. Okay. Sometimes I'm not entirely sure what constitutes an infestation in these games. Like, is it just these things, or is it these things as well? No idea. Ah, jeez. Okay. I actually wonder if, like, does your corpse consumption actually give you, like, the extra stuff if you're fighting against... If you take the extra scavenge ability? I kind of wonder. Do you have a ranged attack? You throw a cleaver. Oh no, that's... Butcher's Cut. Instant kill someone. What the heck? Right. Well, that's interesting. So, as much as, like, I think the other thing is also dangerous, I guess we have to really kill that one guy first. That is a super dangerous ability to get hit by. Both slowed, good. Can't step forward here without getting hit. Okay. I technically don't need to use a spell here. Same damage from either of these. So I might as well use this because it'll make all our other damage higher. Charge blocked. That's unfortunate. Okay, we got rid of the instant kill. Gonna use cannibalism. We'll gain some health, potentially get back a model. I don't think we did actually, but whatever. Okay, if I could slow this unit down, that might be good here, but I think we don't. They might kill my archer as a result of that, but yeah, no, they turned around and fought me. That's good. And they're fighting the unit that's got temporary hit points. It's exactly what we want to see. Let's go with this. It's much better. I think we get points for our own dead units. That's kind of funny. Alright, let's, for now... I think what I want to grab is a forest. Especially because, like, that lets us heal here. That's Elia's prison. Interesting. It's a much easier one than the one in the previous mission, which is kind of crazy. Okay. Let's head towards Flotsam, I guess. It's a long ways off. Can I research? Yes. Let's get the storehouse first. Try and heal up a bit. And then fight some penguins, I guess. I would love it if I could fight these guys right away, but... are we healthy enough? I think we are. VR puzzle games are excellent. I think you're crazy, but, you know, if that's what you like. I get disorientated in real life wandering around, so, you know, that would make things so much worse. We'll grab these. We'll grab this. Kind of want to get another one of these sort of units here. I think we go for another Pursuer. Pursuers add weakened stacks, and that's kind of something that I want. Honestly, it is a good genre for that. It is a good genre for that. I'm already, like, pretty incompetent when it comes to actually looking around, so that would be something I'd probably be really bad at, but... let's see here. I think we go for the Battleseeker training just because, like, we will have archers in this build. It's not really what I'm after, per se, but... We'll get that as well. Alright. I need to go quite far before I get the tech for the thing that I want, honestly. Do I want to fight endless spawned units? That's the question. The answer is probably no, honestly. Get ready to go fight those guys in a little bit here. Okay. I don't want Spawnkin. I don't actually think this bonus is as good as people say it is. It's just... makes you so much more fragile in certain ways because you lose damage faster. I'm actually gonna grab this. Like, the faster you lose your damage, like, it can actually really screw you over. How come I'm not getting another hero? There we go, okay. Okay, we got Friend of Ogres, so I could get Ogre-type units, or I could get a healer. Support abilities grant regeneration. Okay. Well, I don't get those, so I guess we're going Friend of Ogres. The Lance, okay. Do you have a Warg? Interesting. I think that's a basic wolf. I don't know if he's got a bonus from that. There we go. That's better. Okay. And then I need to clear out these things so I can get the bonuses. Okay. Okay, we'll do one more turn here. Actually, we're full health. Let's just start heading in. A lot of gold here. There's a lot of gold access in this map, but... yeah, let's get some of it. I'm actually going to build, like, the quarry on top of it, though. Okay, so I think we go around like this. Just float some. We'll give them a Whispering Stone. Hopefully we can get that up pretty quickly. Arcane Institute. We're skipping production here until we get a pop. And hopefully we go kill these guys. Looks like we found Nimue, who's the evil person in the story here. War it is. Okay. I think we're forced into war with her, so... not really something I care about either way. Ooh, the Spider Hatchling Bell. That one's really nice. Okay, that looks kind of tough. I think we should still be able to auto-combat this, but if we can't, I can do it. Nope, that is. Immersive Sim games? I don't understand the name. Like, the name is very confusing to me. I know the types of games. I actually really like them. I don't play them properly in that I will usually RP myself in a way that is probably not intended, like... you know, I guess technically they're supposed to be like the freedom, but a lot of people say I play those games like a psychopath. Which, you know, fair enough. It's basically what I'm going for, honestly. So these guys just start on fire. That's fantastic. Let's, okay, everything is on fire. Everything is on fire. Okay, great. But yeah, no, I really like those games. I don't understand the name. Like, that's the thing that's always bothered me about them, is, like, I don't understand the name. It just, like, what makes them an immersive sim? Like, what are they simulating? Why are they called that? What are you doing with that name there? I don't get it. So, yeah, that's my complaint about them. I'm not sure how many other people have that complaint about them, but I feel like it's not zero. I'm actually going to hit you guys with that. Those weaknesses up there. I think I fly over the fire here. I don't think I fly into it. Okay, I was right. Good. But yeah, I tend to really like those games. I like the freedom that they give you, the ability to sort of derp around and do sort of stupid things. Which is probably why, like, I'm not that, like... It's probably why I'm doing, like, weird things in those games, is because, like, I'm just busy derping around instead of, like, doing them, air quotes, properly, but I have fun doing it my way. Like, for example, in the Deus Ex Human Revolution, I really just loved going through walls. Even if it wasn't useful, just Kool-Aid Manning into every situation. Ow, that sucks. Okay, that's gonna be rough. Okay. Unfortunately, that was a free spider, so doesn't count. This guy's in a bit of trouble. Okay, that's fine. I think I can get the flank on here. Yes, I can. And they only killed, like, you know, free units, so who cares? I don't think that that's actually the case, though. I don't actually think there's anything particular about them modeling more systems in the world. Like, Minecraft, I think, actually models more stuff than, like, Deus Ex does, for example. And I would not call, like, Minecraft an immersive sim. And I don't think anyone on Earth would call Minecraft an immersive sim. But it's better at doing that than, like, Deus Ex, for example, is. So I don't know about that name. Like, I guess they're saying, like, you're saying that they're trying to, like, model as much of reality as they sort of can in there, and I can, I don't know. I don't feel like that's true at all, but I don't think it does that better than a lot of other types of games. To me, it always felt like it was kind of snobbery. Like, it's like, our world is, like, more immersive because it's got, like, more X, Y, or Z stuff in it. That models real life, and I'm like, this doesn't seem at all like when I was playing Dishonored, I did not at any point in the game think it's like, oh yeah, this is like real life. So like that to me never felt like it was very accurate. I don't know. Why am I firing at this frost spider? That was stupid of me. Okay, let's just go in here. Free my archers. Maybe, like, the part of it is, like, I know that the original Deus Ex came out at a time where it's, like, you're comparing that to, like, Duke Nukem, for example, which definitely was less immersive than, I would definitely call that less immersive than Deus Ex. So, yeah, I guess I can understand it from the time period, but it feels like it doesn't make any sense anymore, I guess, is the problem. But I guess that's not really... Oh, you mean like they tend to create like a world of their own sort of thing, not like they're trying to create a world. I don't know. I don't even know if that's true. Because like World of Warcraft creates like a big, vast, expansive like world. I don't know if I would call that though. It is definitely immersive. Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence about all that. I think we technically have strength training here. But, yeah, I like those games. They usually get the... It's the freedom. They give you that freedom to do stupid things. Usually. Creative self-expression through murder. Speaking of execution, like... I wish I was good enough at Dishonored to do the stuff that some of the people do in there. There's like a kill compilation from a guy that's capable of like doing all these crazy backflips over everything and just doing all these really impressive kills. That's fair. I actually legitimately do think that like in that vein, you're still looking at a situation where like World of Warcraft kind of does that in a very real sense. So I'm not 100% on board with the idea that immersive sims are better at that. But again, I do think that's a product of like different time periods to a certain extent. So I'll accept that. Let's see here. I do still feel like it's kind of a snobby name, though. I'm actually just going to buy a tile. I messed up. Oh, are you guys at war with us? No. Yeah, I'm still probably going to believe, though, that like there's a bit of snobbery in calling it immersive sims, but that's just my bias. I guess the other reason is I never get that immersed in them. Like, I like playing them. I like them mechanically. I like the amount of creative self-expression you can do in them. I never really found the stories that immersive in most of them. Like, I'm not one of those people that played the original Bioshock and was absolutely gushing about how amazing the story was, or System Shock. I blame the fact that I read a lot of books on that, so... Okay, I have to kill them because I'm going evil here. Now we have to go kill these penguins, which is a bit of a shame. Alright, I forget what I was doing already, and I should actually be switching over to Kerbal, so... Wait. I'm gonna pick my book here. What was I doing? I was going for Chaos. Oh man, I can't remember what the other thing I want to do with this is. Maybe that's all I really needed to do. I could go double Chaos, but that seems not quite right. System Shock Remake is what brought... Just the remake? Huh, that's interesting. Because the original System Shock was still pretty much like that, wasn't it? Huh. But yeah, no, those... I like System Shock, I just don't think its story is that good. I don't know what I'm going to be doing here, and either way I should be switching over at this point. I didn't realize it was past 4. But I can't remember what I'm actually going to do for the tomes regardless, so that's another reason why I'm dipping out of here. Oh, you mean System Shock Remake is what made you ask the question. I understand. I was sort of getting distracted. Yeah, like, I haven't played the remake. I have not played the remake. I had sort of in my head thought it's probably pretty similar to the original. Yeah, no, I sort of realized that after. It didn't quite click in my head that that's what you meant for a little bit there. Okay. Yeah, how is the remake compared to the original? Because to me it was pretty much similar, except it looks like a trillion times better, because the original looks like a million years old, but... I'm probably not the right person to, like, seriously critique any of those kinds of games, though. Like, when I'm playing Dishonored, I'm doing stupid stuff the entire time, like just trying to find elaborate ways to kill people in gratuitously strange traps or whatever. I'm not, like, taking the morality system seriously at all. Well, it wasn't just the graphics look better, like the UI also looks a lot cleaner. User interface in the original looked so bad. But, yeah, like, when I was playing Dishonored, I was just, like, trying to find weird, elaborate traps that would kill people in these bizarre ways. Or, I was playing it like a lot of people play Hitman. Like, I was playing Dishonored like Hitman, which I don't think is exactly right, like, what you're supposed to be doing in that game. But that's how I liked playing it. When I was playing Bioshock, I would be doing, like, weird, I didn't do too much crazy in Bioshock, actually. I played that one pretty normally. What other ones were there? In Deus Ex, I was just, like, literally breaking through walls and Kool-Aid manning it and then just beating the shit out of everybody. I haven't heard of Shadow of Doubt or Gloomwood. I haven't heard of either of those. Okay, I've got the game loaded, looks like. I just have to switch over this thing, space, Kerbal. Okay, so hopefully, like, my moon landing thing is gonna work. It's probably not going to, but that's the thing. This is one of those games where I wish it was more, like, focused around the strategy and less about the execution, even though this is very much about strategy and not the execution, I'd imagine. Because I am bad at piloting. I can't wait until Jeb will pilot the thing for me. I might like Shadows of Doubt. I'll check that one out. I haven't heard of that one at all. What I want out of those types of games is really not, like, anything that deep or profound, because I don't usually find them like that to be deep or profound. or like that interesting story wise. Like they're usually better than most video games on average, but they're usually like worse than typically like a book. That's kind of the thing. So I'm usually looking for something other than the story in that type of game. Even though I like stories in video games, I still like them. But yeah, getting fully immersed in them is just not me. I always have like this sort of passive layer of not quite being on board with it. I just realized I've got missions I have to do. How long do I have to complete these? Not deep or profound. Yeah, that's probably more my speed, honestly. Just as long as you can do stupid things for no good reason. How long do I have for these? Less than a year. Over a year. Over a year. Maybe I should actually do these soon. I'll do the moon landing first, and then I'll do those. I don't feel like this is quite powerful enough to easily get where we're trying to go. When I tried to go up there, it just felt like we were just barely short on power. Do I have the right... The problem with this one is, like, I'm not purely doing this in vac. It's just about doing stupid things. That's perfect. Okay, I like the idea of that one, then. Finding, like, new and interesting ways to, like, murder or maim people in those games, like, I don't know why, but I just cannot take the, like, political or, like, ethical message of those types of games all that seriously. And I don't think the game developers really do that much either. Like, when I'm playing Deus Ex, it doesn't feel like there's this sort of, like, profound political message behind all of it, with all the goofy, weird shit that you're doing in the background. I don't know, that might just be me. That's actually really funny. Yeah, just have to, like, accuse every single person of murder except the murderer. Do I feel like this is gonna work? I don't, but let's do this. This is probably like a weird combination of games to be running, let's be fair. Who have we got? We got Jebediah, Bill, and Bob. I actually don't want an engineer for this. I wanted to have... What's her name? Because I want her to get like enough experience that I've got 2 pilots that have really high levels. So that's sort of why I'm doing that. Okay, so let's try this again here. Which one's the engineer? Okay, so we're going to try and get some pilot experience for Valentina here. I feel like having the guy hiding like in the closet after the murder technically feels like that's feasible, actually. Like, something weird happens and they can't get out. I need to save after doing this. Okay, sure, this seems... Wait, what's happening down here? Is there like a reason this is happening? Is this like, is this a safety thing? Like, should I... Let's just try reverting flight. You know, it seems feasible that like they could be hiding in the murder room, like somewhere, like... Well, you'd still have to establish that they're the murderer. There could be other reasons that someone would be hiding in the closet, and you'd have to prove that that's what was happening. Like, that he was there because he committed the murder. So you could potentially have some interesting stuff there. Especially if you have, like, the curveball of theirs... You think that they're clipping to the launch pad? That could be what was happening, yeah. Doesn't seem to be happening this time, though, so... Levante, I guess. But yeah, like, if you have other random scenarios where, like, you're having the murderer, like, kill someone and, like, maybe the person witnesses it, like, gets scared and hides in the closet, so they're in the closet when, like, the investigator comes, because they're just too scared and traumatized to get out of there, like, that's a possibility. So if you have both of those happening, potentially, with the randomization, then you could end up with a more interesting scenario, because you can't take for granted that the person at the crime scene is definitely the killer. But, yeah, if that doesn't happen, then yeah, that kind of makes it a bit of a dead giveaway. We're veering a little bit, but not too bad. Yeah, we're burning into our liquid fuel. Oh, it could be... Like, I'm saying, like, the one where you find them like that, since so long as you actually have to prove that they did the murder, like, would still potentially be interesting, because you could find them there, and it could be really hard to prove that they actually did it. Like, I guess it depends on how realistic they went into, the, like, the procedural stuff, because sometimes, even if it looks shut and dry... Yeah, I guess that would be the thing. But, yeah, like, the thing is, like, if it was sort of based on reality, like, it's a little bit difficult to prove, like, even if it looks cut and dry, you have to be able to prove that it was actually that person, even if it seems like that's the obvious solution. Or you could just, you know, throw someone in jail. I guess that's fine. I'm using a lot of liquid fuel just to get up to, like, a baseline height here. This is pretty bad. You know what? I think we're going to revert to launch pad or vehicle assembly. I don't think this is enough. I don't think this is enough thrust to get us where we're trying to go. So we're going to actually have to do something a little bit mad here. Okay, where's our aerodynamics? I mean, it looks nice, what we're doing. Are we going to die? Probably, but it looks nice. I wonder, like, if for that sort of thing you'd ever get, like, a real detective as a consultant, because that would be kind of a neat thing to do. So if they actually had a real detective as a consultant for that kind of game. Probably wouldn't be able to get a real detective to work on you with, like, Disco Elysium or something like that, but that would also kind of be interesting. I'm going to redo this ahead of time this time. Okay, so all 6 of these engines are going at the same time. So this feels dangerous, but then it does the separation, then that, then blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's go ahead and save. Okay. Craft is too heavy. You know what? I have enough money. I'm just going to say screw you game and say that, no, in fact, I'm not too heavy. There you go. Haha. Up yours. Up yours, game. They would need a bigger budget for that. I don't know. Sometimes you can get like someone to act as like a consultant because you're a friend with one of them or something like that. All right, let's see how this goes. I probably should have added some bracing to this. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. That's Did I play Disco? No. Like, the reason I said I didn't is because I'd actually watched it, which kind of ruined it for me. I actually wish I had played it, but yeah, I did actually just watch someone else playing it, so. Seems like it would be less interesting once you've already seen a playthrough of it. There's actually a couple of games that are like that. They're very story driven that I was like unsure if I wanted to get, and then ended up watching someone else playing it, and then kind of wished I hadn't watched it. Disco Elysium is one of them. The other one's the beginner's guide. Like, I really wish I had not watched other people playing that. Okay, structural struts making a big difference. Okay, not enough difference. Okay, add more structural stabilizers. I'm not 100% sure what causes those oscillations sometimes. Is there, like, a better thing to, like, stop those than what I'm using here? Because it... Or did I take the original set off? Oops. Okay, well, I guess we're just doing it this way. So, duct tape clearly will fix our problem here. Okay, that's looking much more stable this time. It was looking more stable previously than the first time we tried this, so every time we add more structural stabilization, it just gets more and more stable, so I guess that's how that works. Just make the entire thing more stable. This is getting us a lot more speed kicked off the ground, like, right away. So I think this engine arrangement's kind of okay here. We're not on fire, which is nice. I guess the one reason I could still actually play Disco Elysium, but I could not play, like, the beginner's guide, is that, like, Disco Elysium at least does have, like, that sort of, you fail certain tests and stuff like that, so each playthrough is a little bit your own. It's a bit of a unique experience compared to other people's experience. So there is that. Like, I could sort of manage with that part and have a lot of fun that way, but I feel like the overarching story doesn't actually branch that much, as far as I can tell. Okay, that got a significantly better apoapsis there. Okay. We're a lot heavier than I'm used to doing when we do this, so the turns here are not great. My burn time is 2 minutes. I'm already, like, supposed to be burning. I'm guessing this is because of our weight. Like, the amount of mass that we're trying to send is, like, way higher, so... Okay, I'm already supposed to be burning, so let's... I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do much if we're forced to do, like, a 2-minute burn already. Like, we're going to run out of fuel, I feel like. And maybe this would have been more efficient if we got a higher apoapsis and then did this. So I think that's a major part of where our problem is we just aren't getting quite enough height on that. I still have to burn for another minute and a half. I feel pretty confident that like the solid fuel or the liquid fuel that I brought along is not enough to like get us this kind of burn. Yeah, that's 100% of our liquid fuel. All we got left is the lander. Which is definitely not enough. We're gonna flame up before we even finish this maneuver. It's pretty close to having enough fuel for that, but, like, obviously it doesn't help if, like, Alright, well, do we go with the psychotic response to this? Because I feel like we do. Wait, how come it's not... There we go. How come you won't do it? Come on, you coward. Fine, we'll do it like this then. Alright, so, is this sane? Is what we're doing a good idea? The answer is obviously no. Is what we're doing stable? The answer is obviously no. Is what we're doing effective? The answer is maybe. And that's what we're banking on. Let's try and avoid these down here. Should be just enough clearance on that. Let's actually move these fins. Okay, so do I think this is a good idea? The answer is no. Do I think this technically solves our problems? Yes. Do I need structure? Probably. Okay, well, let's give this a try. Oh, man. What an ugly looking... I don't like the look of this. I need to unlock some new boosters. Alright, Sense looking steady. Sense very rapid. Bob is absolutely dying over there, which is good. If Bob is terrified, it means we're moving fast enough. Or not anywhere near fast enough. He freaks out regardless. He's done the math. Okay. If our solid fuel doesn't run out and we're past 20,000, I'm going to be pretty happy, but I think we might be short of that. Oh no, yeah, we passed 20,000 without losing all our solid fuel. 30? Yep. Okay, what is our APO? 168. I'm gonna turn just a little bit here, and I'm gonna burn, because I want to not only get us some height, but I also want to get us a little bit of, I can't do the maneuver once this pointy, basically. Okay, I think that should be fine. Burn is still 2 minutes long. That's still... Well, it's gentler, so probably about the best we're going to be able to get here. Could actually just be like I'm not building engines with enough secondary power for this maneuver. And that's what I need to be doing, is building more power onto this stage, but... Alright, we burn at a minute 7, basically. I'm just gonna lock prograde. Okay, maybe not, actually. Because it's going to come in alignment kind of slower than we need it to, all things considered. So probably better for me to be on target. Wait, can I do? No, I still can't do an autopilot. You'd think on the target of what you've plotted would be the first one they'd learn how to do, but no. Goddamn game. Alright. Let's just see what our fuel tank looks like after this burn, and then we'll see if we have to redo this. Because we might not have enough fuel after this burn, honestly. Yet again. This is moving out faster, much more elegantly too, though, so that at least is good. But we are burning through our fuel way too fast for these maneuvers. It's that accelerating like way more mass, that's the problem. Like we're accelerating much, much, much heavier components. Well, I almost think that like more power during the second stage thrust is kind of something that we would need, but fuel efficiency is something I think that really helps, so it's hard for me to deny that. I'm thinking we're going to be out of fuel just barely here. Oops, shoot. Okay, we basically hit it and then ran out of fuel, essentially. So all we have left is the lander, which I don't think is enough to land on the moon and then take off from the moon and land back on Kerbal. I don't think that's enough fuel. So it's the secondary burn phase that's really screwing me over right now, but if I make it too much heavier, then I'm not going to have enough to get back. So this is a problem. So how do I want to do this? Well, probably it is literally just add more fuel tanks to the second phase. I don't really see an easy way to do this otherwise. Well, we actually don't have a height limit anymore, so I can actually just do this. Like, this is an absolutely ridiculous rocket. But we'll give it a go. We're going to get a lot less apoapsis on this initial burn since we weigh like another 20 tons or something like that, but okay. That was disconcerting. This is not the ugliest rocket I can conceptualize, but this is very much like the way that they're launching those current SpaceX rockets. It's like where you just got tons of initial boosters, which makes me nervous. There's a lot of thrust, but it's a lot of weight is the problem. This is going to be even harder to aim our second stage. I wonder if, like, most people just land the first moon landing with, like, a single occupant capsule, because I feel like that would be so much easier to land. Okay, how are we doing on apoapsis here? 89,000. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and burn. I'm going to go ahead and change our course just a little bit, because I do want to flatten this, and I do want it over 150,000. Especially because we're currently decelerating a little bit if we do natural. Actually, this is probably enough. God, I hate this so much. We're looking at a 3-minute burn now, and I'm already past the mark, so that's fantastic. Let's just start burning, I guess. We got gimbal, so this will let us turn faster. So adding more weight, I think I need to have like a different type of rocket engine for this phase. You know what? I'm gonna eyeball this. I'm not gonna even use the tools here. Just aim at horizon. Accelerating a more massive thing just takes so much more thrusts. Maybe I really should focus on just landing a single occupant lander first. That feels so lame, though. I guess doing the smart thing often is. I feel like the distance that this is gaining is like so limited right now. It's like just slowly going. Okay, I'm gonna tilt upwards ever so slightly above the horizon to counteract some of the natural deceleration. If I burn prograde, that would be absolutely disastrous. Just accelerate into the planet. Yeah, I think heavier rockets, like well, because if you get the heavier rockets at the default, they're more internally efficient, because there's less external stuff, like the inverse square law means that they're actually more efficient. So, like, the heavier rockets would actually make this better at this. This has been legitimately like a 2-minute burn already. I almost feel like doing staging for 2 sets of, like, the boosters might be good, because we would lose the weight, and then we'd get more height, and then we'd lose more weight. What's our altitude right now? Altitude is 98,000. We're still okay on altitude. But, like, this is actually worse than the previous one, because the extra weight just means that we're falling down too much to get out there, and it takes us too long to accelerate. I think we need a stronger engine as well. So one of the things that's like happening in this stage is that we've gone for a very high efficiency secondary engine, which I don't necessarily know that, like, the thrust on this in vac is 250 kilonewtons, whereas like this one is 650 kilonewtons. And I think that the ISP is like still okay in vacuum. It's 320. You know what? We're gonna switch engines. Because like that burn is torture. Oh, that is this one. Huh. Well, what I do feel like is I definitely need to have less weight during that stage of this. So what again, I'm thinking of doing... I don't like this one bit. Okay. Tri-stack. This is gonna be so unstable. Okay. I need something that does work as a consolidator for these things now. That doesn't look right. Do I get those? Can I, like, do this in the opposite direction? I don't think that this works, actually. Well, I'll get rid of this for now. Wait, can I do this? No. I don't really like this solution, honestly. Okay, well... Does that make this section light enough with its fuel load? I feel like this is also a bit of a problem. What if I did... Oh, this has my ladders and stuff like that on it. It's fine. We'll just replace those with new ones. No, I think it's this one. Oh boy, I'm not loving this. I'm just gonna attach this for now so that we can pull off these parts and stick them on here. Delete that part. Oh god, I just installed a ton of ladders. Honestly, this game is kind of like doing a puzzle game on a stream. It's like... Please let me... There we go. This has to go up a bit. Ooh. Okay, so this one actually I think we have to go for the shorter ladder. Yep, that's perfect. Okay, so that should lighten that. The main question is whether or not we're going to have enough fuel with that setup to get back home, but whatever. Okay, so we saved a lot of weight there. We saved some weight here. Let's, I don't know, give us a try, I guess. Structural components are the bane of my existence. Alright. And probably fins. What the heck? Why? Alright, well, see how that works. Alright, first one, yes. Separator, yes. You are down here. Separates, boosts. Okay. And if we need to, we might be able to save some weight somewhere else, but it's interesting having a situation where, like, it's the weight now that is the problem for me. Like, I feel like the different things that sort of thwart you change as you sort of go through this. Alright, let's give it a go. Huh? Cool. That's very interesting. So I think, like, the math works out that, like, one of these things is probably not capable of carrying up the weight of another one of these things from the stack above it. So clearly this solution does not work. Which is interesting, actually. That's 10. Well, I think the thing about that one was, I think I actually just about got it so that the thrust to weight ratio was 0. So it's just at the skimming edge of, if I just had a tiny bit more engine associated with that, we'd be hovering, which would be perfect. That would be so good, but also just, you know, a complete disaster. I also forgot to put the fins on this, so, you know, it's fine. Alright, I think we have to just do that, and then once we get the first stage through, then we're going to be better off, but still, it's not great. Okay, that's all fine. And then getting the math to actually get it exactly like 0 thrust weight would be really impressive, honestly. And I think I got really close. If I had gotten it so that the balance was just right, so that it was just hovering there for like the entire burn duration, that would have been even better, but you guys join up there. Man, I'm really tempted to go the coward's way out and just do the single occupant lander, which would be so much like lighter. It would probably weigh, like, this top part would weigh like 1/10 of what it does. This is flying up nice and straight. I think this design is actually pretty good for what it is. We're gonna have some problems in a second because I didn't add any stabilization fins to the next section, but we might still be okay. Hello? There we go. Our apoapsis is going to be like we just fly straight to the moon or something like that. That would be great. Be great to see the components explode from here, but I think we're going to be way too far up for us to see that happening or hear that happening. Oh yeah, that is a solid, nice burn here. That's what you like to see on your burn. Just a really nice apoapsis there. God, I hate this part. Okay. Good enough. So we again weigh a lot less, so hopefully this... It's still a 2-minute burn, god damn it. I have the weight. Hmm. I wonder if the answer is I need to have like multiple sets of clustered engines and get like an Apoap's 500,000. uh. No, this should actually be relatively okay. I haven't staged this yet, have I? I'm gonna stage it. Oh, wait a minute. Why'd I hit those buttons? That was, oh my god. Here's the thing though, I think we need to skim even a little bit more weight off this somehow. I'm not entirely sure where though. Like our command capsule is already like just so heavy. Mass is 2.3 tons compared to 0.7. Then this section here. Oh god, would I dare just use this? Probably not. What if I did... What if I just chucked a bunch of these inside here? Could they do that? Is that suicidally dangerous? Who knows? Enable crossfeed. I can't tell which is it enabled here? I think I have to hit this to enable it, right? Okay, so that gets me like fuel moving from here into here, so I might be able to go for the smaller, even smaller, I guess. Which means I do have to redo the ladder again. Actually, this might actually reach all the way down. Kind of? If I have this a bit higher up so that when I extend, it doesn't go as far down. Oh yeah, I have to not have it on that. Okay. Saves me a bit more weight. You're not sure that my idea is going to work? I'm not sure that my idea is going to work either, honestly. I think like the coward's way out and the smart way out is to not use this large apparatus at the top here and just go with a very small lander for a single occupant to land on the moon with just one person. That would be the smart choice. Like, that would be what gets me there relatively easily. But I'm not sure how much weight I actually lost by doing that. I don't think it's that much. I feel part of it is, like, if I had got the stronger engines, I would be probably in a better spot. Would be nice if they sort of like did these things based on like categories a little bit more elegantly, honestly, but oh, you mean you don't think the crossfeed is going to work? I'm not sure about that either, honestly. I really don't. Like the fuel canisters up there. You never know though. We'll find out. Let's not let that happen. Okay. Okay, so we weigh a lot less now, by which I mean, like, a decent amount less. Actually, I just realized a really interesting problem. I'm not going to be able to click on the thing that's on the inside with the science canister. So that's going to be interesting. Okay. I do like watching the launches, though. Like, that's honestly one of the reasons why I'm okay with all this nonsense. It's kind of the most exciting part of this is watching the actual space shuttle launches. Or spaceship launches, or whatever. What I probably would have to do is, like, get the fuel line things and add them somehow. I'm not sure how I would do it, though. We should be able to get technically a higher apoapsis on this burn than we did with our previous ones, because again, we weigh a lot less. I'm not sure how much tonnage we lost, but it should be a decent amount. You can get a pretty decent periapsis with a minute 58 burn. I think we're better off on this launch by a long shot. I think we're quite a lot better off. We'll have to figure out how that fuel works if it does actually go through there. Because, yeah, I'm not sure what it's even, like, technically connected to internally. We'll do a science experiment of being like, I wonder what happens if we just, like, spill a bunch of oil on the moon, you know? Like, would it kill the moon seagulls if we just did an oil spill on the moon? Technically, I guess this isn't oil, but whatever. It's fine. Maybe, like, the Kerbals can, like, get out of the ship with the, like, gold canister of fuel and dump it into the fuel like a jerry can. You know, go on a bit of a spacewalk. I think that that should be a thing that they should be allowed to do. Refuel manually, by which I mean by hand. By which I mean, like, they're siphoning gas in space. I'm probably going to start the burn at just, like, note in 1 minute, so... You can't siphon gas in space. You can't, like, take out a hose and, like, just suck the gas out of one thing and then get it to go pressurized into the other one. Why not? What do you mean there's no air pressure pushing on the outside of the hose which squeezes the liquid and there's no gravity pulling it downwards? What do you mean? I mean, watching someone try to siphon gas in space would be pretty impressive. They would die, but I mean, you know, for the brief, glorious moment which they're trying. Am I gonna run out of fuel here? I should have a little bit left after this burn, honestly. Not much, but I should still have a little bit of fuel. Trying to keep on target here a bit. Okay. Alright, we got it. That wasn't so bad. Okay, now we just have to slingshot ourselves over to the moon, which, you know, as usual, is going to be interesting. That is some weird fish lensing. Okay, add a maneuver here, and we'll see how that goes. I don't even know which way the moon's traveling in. It travels towards the bright, I think. Wait, does it travel towards the bright? No, it travels away from the bright. Well, we're hitting something, so... Okay, moon encounter, moon escape. I think we're... Clearly we're being influenced by the moon's gravity here. The moon will be there when it escapes. We'll be there when we reach... I think we're a little bit fast. We want our periapsis to basically be like as low as possible here, so... The one danger with what we're doing is we could, you know, hit the moon or get flung into, you know, who knows where. That's looking pretty good, honestly. Our periapsis is 0, so we are on a collision course, but that is what we're trying to do. Obviously, we're trying to just smack directly into the moon, so... Clearly, accelerating straight towards it is perfectly fine and normal, and we don't have to try and like go around it and then decelerate and land like in a nice, smooth, sort of slow thing. That sounds like that takes forever. I think we just try and smack right into it. Okay, we'll wait until we got a periapsis again, just cuz. Alright, that's a 59,000 periapsis. That is super close. Okay, I'm happy with that. It's a 30-second burn in 31 minutes. That's a 30-second burn is not very tough, so that should be fine. Okay, let's just times 50 that for a bit. Ambitious. Yeah, I'm actually not that ambitious. I know that like the amount of fuel I'd have to use to decelerate if I was heading straight at the moon would be way too much, so... I don't know why I don't use the Warp 2 feature, I don't. Okay. Of course, mind you, I'm going to do this burn and like the periapsis is going to disappear again, and I'm going to be like, huh, I wonder what that could possibly mean. And then just smash into the moon. But, you know, lessons learned and what have you. I think if you were, like, perfect, you could probably, like, well, there's no atmosphere on the moon, but, you know, get it so close that you could do a burn and, like, land it on the far side of the moon or something like that. Like, the periapsis is super low and it's on the other side of the moon. Okay, burn on 15. I do kind of wish that it was T-minus until the burn time instead of the way they do it, but I kind of see why they do it the way they do. Okay, how are we? We need to burn a little bit more here. Can't tell if we're under or over. It's probably close enough. I think we've got a periapsis. It exists. Yeah, I think I went over a little bit. That's okay though. We got a tiny amount of fuel left. We'll burn that when we get closer, and then we'll use the other fuel to land on the lander, and then hopefully we'll be able to get up off the moon. I don't know if we got enough like fuel to get off the moon and then back onto Kerbal though. We'll have to find out. Do we fast forward to encounter? How far apart are those? It's an hour apart? Okay. SOI change, what? Okay, now I have to figure out the maneuver from here. Okay, those are increasing our periapsis. Those are increasing our periapsis. Oh wait, this is decreasing our periapsis. Okay, that is a burn for 6. I'm gonna actually restrict our engines here. That probably means we're going to run out of fuel before we finish this maneuver, but... Wait, what? Wait, what? What? Wait, which way are we traveling? What's going on? Help! Oh god. I think it just changed our perspective to, like, because we're, Okay, I think I understand what's going on. Okay. Okay. Wait, so which way are we headed? Are we traveling towards this? Apparently we're headed towards that. We must already be in the moon's gravity. I guess I can just point directly retrograde here. Still getting a moon escape here, so... it's a little bit worrying. I could actually probably just burn at any time. So I'm going to just delete that, and I'm just going to start burning. This isn't moving our periapsis like much. It is dropping it, though. Like, we're running low on fuel. We are going to run out probably before this burn finishes. But it was a 30-second burn, and, like, we're burning for probably 10 so far. I don't know actually how we get that number from that. Okay, interesting. I think that was from a second pass. That's nothing to do with this one, though, so... the fuel efficiency that we have is, like, actually helping us out quite a bit here. I'll feel good about this if we can actually drop below 100,000, but I don't think we've got enough for that in this tank. Like, you can see us, like, running up pretty fast here. It was saying we could do it, though. Honestly, if I was going to burn this way, I probably could have just, like, flipped around and gone for a full burn. Just 100% throttle. Okay, interesting stuff going on there. I possibly could have taken advantage of that, but I didn't know what was happening. I think that's for a much, much, much later date, though, so wouldn't have been much use here. We're going to hit below 200,000, I think. It's always hard to tell based on pixels how much fuel you have left. This is going to be interesting. I think we're not going to have enough fuel to get back. I think that's going to be our problem. I don't think we've got anywhere near enough fuel to get back to Kerbal. That's gonna be the thing that stops us here. Like, watching the pixel, it just doesn't move, so, like, it's hard to tell how much fuel I've actually got here. Oh, I think I might drop below 150,000. I don't know, like, what do I take advantage of this, for example? Like, when is that? That's in 11 days, though, so... Okay, we dropped actually below 100,000 by quite a bit. Okay, we staged our rockets for the lander. At periapsis, we burn retrograde. It's a 2-second burn. I need to restrict. 25%. This rotation is not agreeing with me for some reason. It does not want to, Oh, I know why. It's fighting against me every moment there. Because it actually literally is fighting against me. Okay. Okay. So we got a 9-second burn. And then we'll get this nice approach, and then we'll use this approach to land on the moon. Because it's not like multiple laps around is going to slow us down any. Kind of wonder if we'll be moving too fast when we get there, but, you know. Alright, let's warp next. Then once we do this maneuver, I'm gonna, like, put the legs out and see what happens. Put the ladders out, maybe. Who knows? Celebrate by putting out all the things that can be put out. Open the doors. Get Jebediah to come out there and siphon some fuel out of those gold tanks. So, hypothetically, this is exactly where I would want to be using this type of maneuver, I think. I would love it if I had just a little bit more from the primary fuel, from that secondary, or from that first set of, like, burn, but I'm just going to hit retrograde here. I'm just going to not fight it. Okay. Okay, that gets us where we want to be there. Okay. So it's a 2-second burn on 25%. So that's pretty good. It's going to be another retrograde burn, so I guess we just don't worry about changing anything there. Look how delighted even Bob is here. Alright, let's get the lander can. Extend out the legs. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Oh no, I didn't check the clearance. Oh god. Well, boys, it's gonna be an interesting landing. You know what? Maybe we can just land directly on this thing and it'll be fine. Oh man, what a disaster that is. Okay, Bob, I need you to get out there and do some engineering for me. You're gonna need to move the lander legs down about, maybe 5 inches. Oh man. Oh, that sucks. Okay, well... Oh no! It's not only a bit of a overstatement. It's a bit of an understatement. It's like, this is technically not like the worst thing in the world. This is one of those, okay, I guess we just go home sort of situations, but like at this point, like going home at this point would be so disappointing. Oh man, I love that. Man, of all the engineering mistakes for me to make, just like, oh yeah, how's the ladder doing? Or not the ladder, the landing struts. Oh god, okay. Cool. Okay. So I basically have to be landing at a velocity of 0, I think, to not explode my engines. It's like nicely, just neatly land on top of the engine. It's fine. You don't need landing gears. You don't need landing struts. Those are all like a government conspiracy that tells you you can't land on the moon without you see it done. Yeah. I'm gonna like find a very small hill and we're gonna tilt and we're gonna be like, oh no, we're all gonna die, and then it's gonna like land on the landing strut, which is improperly placed, and we're gonna be fine. Like that's how this is gonna go. That's how this is gonna go down. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. Why am I past the apoapsis? I guess I clicked on the slightly wrong spot. It's fine. I guess that means I could just burn for 2 seconds right now, but it doesn't really matter. It's fine. Just don't deviate from what I've already sort of set it to would probably be smarter. Okay, that's close enough. Okay, so we now have a collision course with the moon, right? I think. I wonder if like it'd be better to try and make it so we come straight down. Okay, I think that might be slightly better. All right, okay, then we just add a maneuver here of burn retrograde until we land on the moon. Sure, I don't think that that's technically correct regardless, but... Sure, Okay, so how high above do we get with our maneuver there? That maneuver is in 2 hours, and it is like... I can't tell how high above it is, but... Okay. You do kill all velocity to come straight down for normal landings? Well... I'm going to actually try it from, like, here. If we're at 0 velocity, that means a burn that looks like this. Basically, that's a 2-minute burn. So I don't think we've gotten a fuel, although I have got it set to 25% right now, I think. Are you restricted? Yeah, you're at 25%, so we probably do have 2 minutes of burn. It's fine. Alright, do we skip to this? How high above the ground is that? Apoapsis is 75,000. That is a lot of time to decelerate. Okay, let's get ourselves kills. Let's get ourselves killed. Okay. I'm not loving this. Pretty much nothing about what we're doing here feels good. Oops, I'm not supposed to be doing that yet. In a minute. Moon, where's the moon? There it is. Hello, moon. We got a date with Destiny today. So I guess we just stick on retrograde, it's fine. Even Bob's having a good time right now. I just told him about that engineering problem. I don't know why he didn't get out of the ship and fix it. I hope we land somewhere pleasant on the moon, because otherwise it's going to be even worse. Don't need maneuver, honestly. Yeah, that's probably what I was thinking. I probably don't want the restriction actually on here. I'm not going to have enough fuel to get back home. I can already tell. Like, watching the fuel go down here, we don't have enough fuel to get home. See if we can land on the moon, though. That's all we really want to check here. Okay, I'm going to let ourselves fall down a little bit, and I'm going to deactivate the limiter, and I'm going to thrust using, like, shift control instead. Because we're sort of accelerating down towards the planet right now, or the moon. I want to actually accelerate a little bit towards it. If we're down at 0 right now, we're going to be in a bit of a pickle later. Because I think trying to decelerate down to 0 when we're way above it, then accelerating back towards it, it would mean we'd run out of fuel way too fast. What's the water level of the moon? Why is it saying that? Alright, well. My inability to, like, hit the correct button, though, is going to definitely doom these Kerbals to death. Like, I always hit, like, the wrong button. Pretty incapable of not hitting the wrong button. I do feel like, honestly, if you did have the extra, like, gold fuel canisters, being able to, like, manually siphon it from one system to another in an emergency, like, would be like an Apollo 13-esque kind of disaster, where they would be able to do it, but it would be complicated and terrifying. So, when we do inevitably run out of fuel, that would be my justification for why they should be able to fix this problem. This does look like a proper lander cannon in a lot of ways, except for the fact that, like, we're going to be landing on the wrong thing. Other than that, though, I do wonder, like, how to get, like, a little bit more fuel in the right place for this particular portion of the landing, or for this particular portion of what we're doing. Like, I probably actually do have to go back to having that heavier thrust thing, because we did that other thruster raise. It's probably not okay, actually, but still. Just going to bleed off a little bit of speed there. Just going to try and keep above or around 200 for now. If I recall correctly, like, the way they actually do this is once they get fairly close, they just burn really hard. But they have mathematicians and stuff like that to tell them when to. You know, nerd shit, basically. This feels kind of like doing a parachute thing from like way higher up and going very slowly the entire way. Abandon your Kerbals on the moon and send a rescue mission. I would have to have an even bigger command pod to carry all the Kerbals that we'd be rescuing, plus the crew that I sent to get them. I'd have to have 4 people. So we'd have to leave one person behind, and we all know it would be Bob. It's called a suicide burn. Why is it called that if it's the correct thing to do? Why would they call it that? Oh god, okay. Gonna wait till we hit about 10,000. I don't know. I'm feeling nervous about this. I'm gonna try and get rid of some speed here. Because you fucked up, you die. No, that is true. That is definitely true. That it describes a lot of space travel. We are not heading to somewhere that's that smooth, honestly. I can't tell what the actual surface distance is here either. Like, that's another thing. Okay, we're gonna have just enough fuel to land on the moon, and that's about it. Yeah, that was a bit too early. Hate when that happens. I think maybe a good time to figure it out is like check how you are relative to the horizon and like burn once you're sort of flattened relative to it. Heading away from the moon again now. It's too much of a burn. Goodbye, moon. My perspective is, like, my depth perception is so bad. I cannot tell where we are relative to... I thought we were way closer to the ground there. That's because I guess of this thing just making it look like we were closer. Done it again. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Okay, well, I think we're screwed at this point. I don't even think we can land on the moon here. This is like... Oh, there we go. That's a good reference for how far we are. We are landing on a hill. This is not a good landing spot. We did not find good parking here, and also we're going too fast. We're alive, though. Okay, well, our engines exploded, so we are stranded here regardless, but that's okay, because we're out of fuel anyhow. Cool. We are just... This was a terrible place to land regardless. Like, even if this was a perfect landing, this would have been a really bad spot to land. Like, just on... If it was, like, a little bit more here, that would have been great. A little bit more here, that would have been great. No, we just on the hill. We're still losing altitude because we're still rolling in the lander kit. Alright, we're going to find a better parking spot, even if we have to slide the entire way. Perfect. Nailed it. Nailed something. You know, that engine was ablative, it's fine. We're still gaining speed, we're getting faster. Oh no, we're slowing down a bit. Why are they so happy? They're all stranded here. They know they're stranded here now. Even if the engine didn't explode, they'd be stuck here. I don't think that this would actually happen, by the way. The physics of this moment here feel off. I don't think you would be able to surf like this thing quite this well, even in low gravity. Okay, we come to a rest finally. I'm not gonna hit spacewalk because yeah, let's alright. Okay. Right. So what do we need to do differently here? So we need this to have a little bit more fuel. These legs need to be further down. Because they have to go to the bottom of this thing, I guess. I was looking at the wrong thing. Can they reach the bottom of that? Wait, don't they? What the heck? I don't think that's really lower than the engine. Interesting. Maybe I need to use a different engine than this one. Well, interesting. Well, either way, the surface would not be as smooth. Yeah, that's sort of what I was feeling. Okay, I guess we do have to go with the larger amount of fuel, which does mean that we're screwed with some other components. This is definitely not actually working, so we can take these out. Can I just do this? What if I did this? Do these even feed? What do these feed into? Do they feed into this thing? Like, I don't actually know. So this would get me like twice as much fuel for like the landing process and then the getting back to Earth process. And I definitely know there's problems with this type of design as well. I'm gonna remove this part just so I know where these utilities go. Huh? There we go. Come on, let me... Okay, and we should technically be able to get up that if I recall what you were saying earlier. I guess I could have it lowered down like that. It does look like I can have it that low. Okay. Stage 2 is going to be a problem again now I've done this. Basically gone back to the start, essentially. These are a little bit better. Could try to do the crazy thing of, like, I add another trio of rockets on the initial launch portion to get us that altitude on this part. This always feels like suicidally bad, but I mean, what's the worst that could happen? It's not rocket science or anything. Okay. And then structure. So even if I, like, did have, like, enough fuel and stuff like that, I wouldn't have done that entrance, like, very well, just because I don't know how to do. I don't know how to, like, figure out the altimeter for the moon either, because, like, it looks like you're not landing in the proper spot when you're doing this sort of stuff, honestly. Okay, staging. All you guys together now. Okay. This is a very heavy rocket, but the initial thrust should throw us up pretty high up in the air. If we can get like 200,000 apoapsis on our initial sets of solid rocket boosters, that should make it easier to get into an orbit with our second set of actual things. And if we turn a little bit before we fire off our second set of rockets, that's probably also gonna be good for us. We are getting that sort of frictive force pretty early on here. That's nice. Might try to lean us on our second set of solid states. Yeah, we should have an apoapsis of pretty freakishly high here. We didn't actually get like a... Well, maybe we're... Well, yeah, we didn't really burn it all on the way up here. Gonna click direct prograde so that we start tilting. That is a nice high apoapsis here. This is the part that I hate adjusting, is like this part here. Okay. 2 minute 20-second burn is too much. We can go for a shallower periapsis here. Okay. Gonna drop that section. Kick this to full. I wonder how it had our burn time calculated if we didn't know what engine we were using. I guess it can automatically tell. Just wanted to stage it. I didn't want to do that. It's okay though. We're gonna be off at a little bit. Yeah, I was actually thinking I should do a diagonal launch there, but like I kind of forgot to. It would make this like apoapsis flatter, and that would make this so much easier. Burn at approximately 106. I tend to find like if you burn a little bit earlier rather than later, it's a little bit better as well, but do you actually do the diagonal part on the first part of the launch, or do you do it on the second stage? Because I feel like second stage would be like fairly easy, but first stage I would be struggling against the controls. Okay. I could probably actually roll this back and try and do a diagonal launch, because like I said, I probably should have done that here. I kind of know what you do. Like, once you've launched off your first set, you sort of reorientate yourself and then you go. Let's actually do a cross compare, actually, because, like, we know this is a 2 minute, 12-second burn. So if I do this again here, let's see how much of a difference that actually makes. Because we'll also be, like, less altitude, so that's actually a bad thing, but that bouncing is not good. Okay. I know I'm not like moving quite as fast sort of in this stage as I would kind of like to, but I don't think it really matters too much because we're getting enough height from this that the second stage is putting us up pretty high anyway, so that's kind of okay. Like, we're getting this contrail, we're not getting the red. Well, maybe we are actually. No, I think we're just shy. Because you have to be, I think, over 600 for that to happen during the earlier part of that ascent. Now we're too thin of atmosphere for it to happen. Okay, so let's turn over a bit. And then once we're sort of at an angle, we launch. Yeah, that's much flatter. Uh-oh. Something's causing us to sort of pull upwards, which I don't really want here. Saying it's a prograde here. Now that we've kind of gotten some of that. So we'll stage that. It's a periapsis of 180,000. We can go a lot lower than that. It's actually only about 10 seconds that we've sort of shaved off of there. Which is something. But it being so much flatter is nice. Cannot lie. And I guess 10 seconds of fuel is quite a bit of fuel at the end of the day. Although we probably have a slightly shallower periapsis this run. Okay. I guess 10 seconds of fuel, though, like, it ends up probably making a pretty big difference. These really long burns, I kind of prefer burning earlier by a bit. Especially when it relates to sort of trying to end up in an orbit. Oh man, it's 6 o'clock already. Well, we did technically land on the moon today. I did say we were going to land on the moon today, and we did. So, mission accomplished. Let's bring out the flags, let's break out the champagne bottles, stand on a destroyer or a battleship or an aircraft carrier. I can't remember which one that was. Mission accomplished. You know, let's go home. Alright. Just want to see what this ship's looking like for fuel, I guess, before we end this one. It looks like we'll still have about third. Hey, what we did there was, by all definitions, landed. It was crash landed to a certain extent, but it was still landed. A crash landing is still a landing. Yeah, I think we're actually going to have a little bit less than a third of our fuel left, but that's still plenty, I think. They did live, yeah. They live on the moon now in that alternate universe where I let that remain not a simulation. But, you know. Okay, I think we're a little bit short, honestly. Our periapsis is probably dipping into the atmosphere a bit, but I can just manually do that. Okay, good. Yeah, so it's more like we've got an eighth of our fuel, so that's a lot less than I was hoping for. But you know what? It's fine. I think. Well, we're obviously hitting something here. Is this a collision course one? Okay, I could go there and have a periapsis of like 66,000. Periapsis 23,000. Okay, so we could get ourselves a periapsis of like basically nothing. So that sounds good. It's a 1 minute and 2 second burn. It's actually a quite heavy burn, considering how much fuel I have left. I'm not even sure I've got a minute and 2 left. So that's kind of interesting, actually. Well, in any event, I don't think this is quite enough fuel for this part. Is there a way to check, like, how much this is going to get us? Like, how much time? Wait, what happened here? What did I just do? Did I just steal fuel from our other one? Is that crossfeed? Okay. Did I steal from that or something? Interesting. I think that was... I'm not sure what that was. What's doing this do? Was that actually... Huh. I don't think that actually gives us any more fuel. Like, that obviously would make no sense. So what's going on here? Interesting. Well, what I'm interested in is knowing how long of a burn I can get. So it's, basically I've got 276 left in each of them. So twice that. So, blah, 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 blah. I need to find the stats for this, though, is what I need. A blader. That's the heat shield? Okay. Monopropellant, electric charge, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Just because I know, like, this part's so heavy, like, we just barely don't have enough to thrust us in the direction we need to go for this next stage. Maybe what I would need to have done is had... I don't know, maybe there would be a really ridiculous sort of second stage that I could have done. Over-engineering is how I do these things, rather than doing this the smart way. But I have got about 4 times as much fuel in the lander as I did the previous time. So we should be able to run it for a lot longer and still be able to do everything we need to do. So maybe we'd be okay. Who knows? Alright, let's find out. On target, let's go ahead and warp 2. Why'd this deviate so much? Interesting. I almost burned at like the 101 section. It's not that. It's 31, not 101. Still though. This is gonna like drop depressingly fast. It's gonna actually look frightening. Oh, okay, it automatically flipped that. Okay. There's something weird going on with the way that fuel gauge was being adjusted. I'm not sure why it was like that. Or why you can do that. Deploying that took me a little bit of time there as well, unfortunately. Okay, I think we call that good enough for now. Our periapsis is undetectable. Cool. Okay, 577,000. I want to figure out if burning away or towards is what we need to do to fix that. Periapsis stays the same with a burn retrograde. Actually, no, that's a... Okay, I think it's a... I have to burn retrograde a little bit. It's hard to tell from back here. I could wait till the encounter. That probably would be smart, but... I tend to find the adjustments work better when you're way, way back here. For whatever reason. What's the moon escape? Where's the moon encounter? Oh, I'm headed this way. Wait, what? The heck? I'm headed this way. Encounter, then escape. Oh, am I on the wrong side of this? I'm not even sure if that's... Moon is headed this way. I'm headed this way. So I think at this point, I burn retrograde. Yeah, I can get caught in orbit from either side. It's easier when it's like heading towards me, which it is, so, or when I'm heading towards it and it's heading towards me, but I never do that, so. It always sort of automatically assumes you want to go the other direction of, like, you're moving the same direction as it. It's actually probably harder, though, when it's, like, heading towards you, honestly. Okay, we got a periapsis there of, like, 12,000, which is pretty interesting. I think we go with a bit less. Burn time of 11 seconds for this one. Gets us very low periapsis. Ah. Okay. Okay, so I think we can warp to this maneuver pretty much safely. That is a very good looking periapsis on this burn. Just hit the retrograde button here. Actually, let me turn that off just because there's the possibility it does something really weird here. Alright, where's the moon? There it is. Okay, burn at 6, basically. We've already used like 1/8 of our fuel. I feel pretty much like we're gonna run out of fuel again, honestly. This is why you need like stations or something like that, even though you don't need that for this sort of mission. Oops. Why don't we have a periapsis? Are we about to collide? Well, collision is a close moon orbit, so... Oh god. Okay. Yep. Why would it warp us like that? Okay, let's revert. That warp, the way it warped it, I do not like. Okay. What? I can't believe the encounter is like that kind of encounter. I guess that technically is an encounter. Alright. So we do need, like, I need, like, a tiny amount more fuel. I don't know how to get it. Like, I really don't. I'm not sure how to cram more fuel without making this way too much. And it probably just is, like, I have to have more efficient engines or something like that. I'm going to actually do this so I can go back and look at some of the other stuff here. But, yeah, no, that's... I've been told that Minimus is actually easier to land on, which maybe it is. But I just want to look at the stats for some of this other stuff here. I don't think that these are more powerful engines here, necessarily. Heavier rocketry. So this one's not really more efficient, but it has got a lot of thrust. Let's see here. I'm not sure what this even actually is. It looks like a side engine. And this is another of the solid fuel engines. I think this is the one where you get the larger one. External tanks. Yeah, no, actually, maybe I don't get better liquid fuel engines here. These all look like they're for smaller things. Advanced fuel systems. the jumbo fuel tank. Twin bore is actually a good one. It's hard to tell from looking at them from the pictures here. It looks like a tiny one that goes on like the side mount or something like that, but might just be like the perspective on it. It's weird. It's a lot of thrust, actually. A slanted fuel adapter. That's weird. Yeah, so like technically speaking, this would be more weight efficient than slapping together multiple of the smaller ones. Like that's sort of always the problem with those smaller ones. Just slapping together a bunch of the small ones is not very efficient. So you kind of have to deal with that part. Alright, well, I don't think that I can actually afford to get anything for a while, so that's kind of redundant, honestly, looking at this, but like some of this, like the medium landing strut, might be nice to have. But yeah, there's something I need to do with the fuel that I need to figure out. That's sort of the thing. Like, alternatively, I just land without the science components. Because, like, realistically speaking, this entire section is adding a lot of weight to this whole apparatus that I don't necessarily need. And if I were able to get rid of it, that would actually like make the whole thing a lot easier to sort of set up. So getting rid of this potentially for a single moon landing would be like worthwhile, but honestly, like you definitely want to have it because the point of getting there is really to a large extent being able to go out there and get the science. But either way though, it is like 6:30 and I need to get going. But yeah, we landed on the moon. So, you know, success, I guess. But yeah, in any event, hope you found this one enjoyable. I'll see you guys all again next Monday. I'll probably play Kerbal again on Monday, but I'll probably play this, keep playing this on my own time. Just to try and work out some kinks here. But in any event, yeah, hope to see you guys